Welcome to all the participants to the 2020 Data Journalism Korea Conference. My name is Ham Young-gon. I'll be the moderator for this event. I'm a reporter and anchor with YTN. We will be reflecting on the past and the road that we have traveled for data journalism and look into the future. And we will be meeting on and offline many people who are involved in this process and in the industry. Once again, my sincere gratitude to everyone who has helped to organize this conference and are participating in the conference. If you have any comments or questions as you listen to the presentations, please post your opinions and comments online through YouTube. We will now begin the program of the Data Journalism Korea Conference 2020, starting with some opening remarks from the head of the media division of the Korea Press Foundation, Mr. Kim Chul-hun. Although you are participating offline, would you like to please welcome Mr. Kim Chul-hun with a round of applause. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Chul-hun. I'm the head of the media division of the Korea Press Foundation. I would like to sincerely welcome everyone who are participating both online and offline in the Data Journalism Korea Conference 2020. We are co-organizing this conference this year, again with the Korea Press Foundation, and this is the third conference this year, and it's all the more meaningful that we are opening the Korea Journalism Week with this press conference, pre-conference. And I would like to thank the co-representative Kwon Hye-jin of the Data Journalism Korea and also the Director Hwang Yong-seok of the Konkuk University Digital Communication Research Institute. Thank you very much to all the organizers. We have organized this conference to discover anew the value of data journalism in the era of COVID-19, and we will be sharing the wisdom and experience to innovate data journalism for the future. And to this end, we have invited well-known scholars as well as journalists. So I would like to especially thank Professor and Knight Chair in Visual Journalism at the School of Communication at the University of Miami, Professor Cairo, as well as Dr. Asif Young-chun from the Statistics Research Institute. We are facing the pandemic of the COVID-19, and this has made all of us disconcerted and fearful, and that is because we are facing a road that we have never road of uncertainty that we have never traveled before. Data journalism in this era has played the role of picking out falsehood and searching for the truth and extracting meaningful information from data. And we're reflecting on the past and present in order to predict the future. And we believe that we can shed light on the path that our community should follow in the age of uncertainty through data journalism. And so data journalism's value will continue to grow in the future. And I hope that Korea's data journalism will be able to take the next leap forward and realize its potential to become the best and most innovative way forward for journalism. And I hope that this conference will be the starting point. Once again, a big thank you to everyone for participating despite the difficult times today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim Chul-hun.
With that, we will invite the first keynote lecturer, Professor Alberto Cairo. He will join us through Zoom. Professor Cairo, good morning.
Good morning or good evening for me, because it's evening here in Miami. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. It's a shame that I cannot be physically with you there. I would really like to visit Seoul again, or well, not South Korea in general, but I visited Seoul many years ago, and I really love visiting the city. I would like to have the opportunity at some point in the future to visit other cities in the country. My talk today is going to deal with how to visualize data, and I hope that you will find it illuminating. And those of you who have never tried to do data visualization, my goal in this talk is to encourage you to give it a try. Let's see if I succeed with that.
네, 오늘 발표하실 내용까지 간단하게 소개를 해주셨는데요.
Yes, he gave us a brief introduction of the keynote lecture. But before we begin with the actual presentation, let me introduce to you who Professor Alberto Cairo is. Those of you in the area of data visualization or data analysis, I'm sure you're very familiar with Professor Alberto Cairo. He is a very renowned expert in data visualization. He has worked as an infographics expert in various distinguished institutions across the world. He is currently the Knight Chair Professor of Visual Journalism and the Faculty of Communication at the University of Miami. After Professor Cairo's presentation, we'll have a 10-minute Q&A session. So as you listen to his lecture, please jot your questions down in the chat box and the YouTube. The topic of presentation today is the art of insight, how to be a better reader of data visualization. Professor Cairo has briefly mentioned this already, but he's talked about getting smarter about visual information, how not to fall into pits and accurately understand the data that is presented through visualization. Let us look at
everyone.
this video.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today and be able to present to you about my work in data visualization. As you probably know, my latest book is titled How Chats Lie, Getting Smarter About Visual Information, which is being launched in Korea really soon, or it has been launched already. And what I would like to do today is to give you an overview of what I talk about in the book, because I think that it may be useful for journalists. Actually, the title of the book is a little bit misleading in purpose, because it's obviously not a book about how to lie with charts, but about how to tell the truth with them. And more importantly, it is also a book about how we can become better readers of numbers and the charts that represent them, which I think that it is a skill that is critical to any journalist. And one of the main reasons why I wrote it is that visualization is everywhere nowadays, right? We see graphics of different kinds, charts, maps, graphs depicting data in many different realms, right? In business analytics, in the sciences, and they are also becoming more popular in news media. In the United States, for example, places such as the New York Times, the Washington Post, ProPublica, 538, Axios. In the UK, the Financial Times, and many other media organizations all over the world are adopting visualization as a means to communicate information to readers. And the good news is that visualization is not magic. It's something that anybody can learn how to make, how to design. There are plenty of open source and free tools that we can use nowadays to produce visualizations, but it is also important to understand certain key principles when designing visualizations, which is what the talk is going to be about today. Some of these media organizations, by the way, are investing so heavily in data visualization because they have seen through their analytics that some of the visualizations that they publish are actually becoming the most popular stories that they ever publish. Just the other day, I saw a story from June in the Washington Post saying that out of the 7 most visited stories ever published by the Washington Post online, 6 out of these 7 are stories that were making by the graphics department at the, sorry, not the New York Times, the Washington Post, sorry. 6 out of the 7 most visited stories in the Washington Post were produced by the graphics department at the Washington Post. And the most popular piece of content ever published by the Washington Post is actually a data visualization that was published at the beginning of the pandemic titled Why Outbreaks Like Coronavirus Spread Exponentially and How to Flatten the Curve, which is a visual simulation of how a pandemic spreads all over a country. So visualization is wonderful, visualization is useful, visualization can be learned by anybody and should be learned by anybody, in my opinion. But at the same time, there are certain rules and principles that we need to remember. And we also need to abandon certain myths related to the world of visualization. For example, the ever-present, a picture is worth 1,000 words. One of the main reasons why I wrote How Chats Lie is to debunk this myth. It is not true that a picture is worth 1,000 words. It is only worth 1,000 words when a reader knows how to read that graphic, because visualizations are not really that intuitive. Visualizations sometimes need to be explained to people, right? We need to add text to those visualizations to explain what they mean, or to emphasize and highlight the main points that those visualizations are trying to make. Data never speaks for itself. We need to make it talk. And instead of just showing and not telling, we should show and tell, right? We should visualize, but we also should tell people what it is that we are seeing. I will show you examples of what I mean in just a few minutes. But one of my favorite examples to try to debunk some of these myths is actually the example that opens up the book, which is this map that became really famous in 2016 after the presidential election in the United States, right? This is a photograph that was taken in the hallways of the White House after President Trump won the election in 2016. He asked some of his aides to print out a copy of this map, which, as you can see, represents the results of the 2016 election at the county level. So red are the areas that were won, the counties that were won by the Republican Party, and blue are the counties that were won by the Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton. President Trump loves this map absolutely, and there are even photographs taken in the Oval Office, because for a while President Trump had a stack of copies of this map, and he handed over copies of this map to whoever came to visit him in the Oval Office. He pointed out the red areas, saying, hey, take a look at this. You see the red? You see how much red there is in this map? Take a look at that. This is us. This is us. Meaning these are the Republicans. These are the Republicans. Now, why does Trump love this map so much? Well, I tend to believe that it is because it looks like an ocean of red with a few islands of blue, doesn't it, right? It seems that there's a huge and overwhelming advantage of Republicans over Democrats when you take a look at that country, right? It indirectly conveys the idea of a victory by a landslide, just because on that map, 80% of the territory is red and only 20% of the territory is blue. And Trump is obviously using this to argue that he won on a landslide, which is actually not true. Because if you know anything about the demographics of the United States, you know probably that the center of the country is actually quite empty. Very few people live in these areas here in the middle of the country, right? The population tends to concentrate on the big coastal regions and in certain metropolitan areas, which happen to be the areas that vote more Democratic, right? Democratic vote tends to concentrate in big urban areas, which are highly populated, but densely populated, but they are very small. But Republican vote tends to spread out all over the country through rural areas, which are sparsely populated, but at the same time enormous in size, which is a reality that is depicted in this other map by my friend cartographer Kenneth Field. Here, Ken, what he did was to locate more than 150 million dots, right? Each one of them representing a voter. Then he color-coded each one of those dots according to whether they voted Republican or Democratic, and then he geolocated each one of the dots close to where each one of the voters voted in the election. As you can see, the middle of the country is essentially empty, right? And there are big concentrations of Democratic vote in the big cities over the coast, and Republican vote tends to be more spread out, right? Now, let me tell you, though, that one of the conclusions that people extract from reading How Chats Lie is that I'm saying this map is wrong, or this map is a bad map. And it is not a bad map. It's a good map. It's only that it's a map that is being misused, right? Whenever we talk about visualization, and actually this is one of the key rules in becoming a good visualization designer, is that visualization is always purpose driven. Whenever we design a graphic, we design that graphic with a purpose in mind. The purpose of this map is not to show the popular vote. Actually, this is not the right popular vote, obviously, because Trump didn't get 80% of the vote. The purpose of this map is not to show popular support. The purpose of this map is to show who won where, and that is what the map is useful for. It is not useful at all to talk about popular support, mainly because when we take a look at popular support, if you remember the results of the 2016 presidential election, actually Donald Trump lost the popular support, the popular vote. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. Hillary Clinton actually got more votes than Donald Trump, but because of how the electoral system is structured in this country, Donald Trump still won the election in 2016 fairly and legally, but he got fewer votes, right? Not only that, I mean, if Trump wanted to discuss popular support, he should have done much more than obviously this map, which is not useful to discuss popular support, or even this bar graph, because here we are only showing the number of people who voted in the election. But in the American elections, there is a substantial percentage of people who don't even participate in the elections. In 2016, that percentage was more than 40%. More than 40% of possible voters, of people of voting age, didn't even vote. When you take that into account, you will see that the support obtained by the major candidates in the election, Trump and Clinton, was just around one-third of possible votes, fewer than 30% of the possible votes. Trump was actually elected by around 28% of the possible voters that he could have obtained, right? So what I'm trying to convey here is that whenever we see a visualization, we should never take for granted that we understand what it means just by looking at it. We need to pay attention to it. And this is related to this part of the presentation about what to do, what we can do ourselves to become better readers of charts, and second of all, how we can help others become better readers of data visualization. The first recommendation is to increase our level of graphicacy. Now, what is graphicacy? That's a very strange word, isn't it? It's a word that essentially means visual literacy, right? One of my favorite authors is cartographer Mark Monmonier, who has a wonderful book already in its third edition titled How to Lie with Maps. Well, Monmonier has another book titled Mapping It Out. And in Mapping It Out, Monmonier says that today, in order to consider ourselves an educated citizen, we need to be able more than to just read and write, which is what literacy would be, right? We also need to be articulate, meaning that we need to be able to convey ideas and to have discussions face to face using our voice. We also need numeracy, which is not necessarily mathematics. Numeracy is more the ability to think critically about numbers and with numbers, right? So it involves a little bit of statistical thinking and mathematical thinking, but also scientific thinking and logical thinking and philosophical thinking also. And then as an extension of that, graphicacy, which is the ability to think visually. This is something that could be taught in schools. Now, how can we do that? Well, whenever we work in journalism, one of the things that we can do to help our readers increase their level of graphicacy is not just to show them a graphic, but also sometimes put ourselves in front of the graphic, right, and add an explanation to the graphic. Not only the content of the graphic, but also how to read this graphic, right? This is something that CNN's Brian Stelter, who is one of the presenters at CNN, this is what he did at the beginning of the COVID pandemic when he showed the flatten the curve graphic. Brian put himself in front of the big TV screen, right? And he didn't just show the graphic, right? He put himself in front of the graphic and explained his viewers how to read that graphic. Now, this is equivalent of writing text in your visualizations, right? Whenever you design a visualization, you usually pair that visualization, that graphic, that map with some text that introduces the content of that graphic, right? Some sort of introduction or captions or footnotes, etc. In visualization, we call those textual or verbal elements the annotation layer. And the annotation layer is an essential part in visualization. We should really show and tell. We should also encourage readers to pay attention to sources. And not only that, we should obviously disclose our sources, the sources of our data, where our data come from. And also we need to clearly explain to people what it is that the numbers that our graphics are representing truly mean. When we don't do that, right, readers will jump to conclusions and they will misunderstand what it is that we are showing to them. Just a quick example. Years ago, one of my students, his name is Luis Melgar, he's now working as a graphics journalist at the Wall Street Journal. He was working in his capstone project, right? He was completing his master's degree in data journalism with me, and then he was working on his capstone project. And Luis wanted to do a project about homelessness in Florida, people who are homeless in Florida. In particular, homelessness among students. So he got a lot of data from the government, from the Florida government, and then he started visualizing the data. And he came one day to my office with several maps and charts, and some of them were completely shocking to me. For example, these two. Right, this is Florida. I live down here, or here at the bottom. Each one of these areas is a county, right? And then the color corresponds to either the number of students in those counties who are homeless, or the percentage of students who are homeless. And immediately, obviously, you will see that in certain counties there are more than 6,000 students who are homeless. And when we take a look at percentages, there are countries in which more than 20% of the students are homeless. This completely shocked me. I said, how is it even possible that, 1 out of 5 students are homeless? And then Luis reacted to that saying, you are reacting so strongly to these maps because I didn't explain to you what it is that the state of Florida calls a homeless person. Probably the idea that came to your mind was that a homeless person is someone who lives on the streets, right? In the streets, right? But that is not what the state of Florida means when they use the word homeless. What they mean by the word homeless is a person who doesn't have a permanent home. That means that if a student needs to change homes several times a year, just because perhaps the family of that student is poor and they cannot maintain the same home all year round, and that student needs to change homes, let's say 3 times a year, that student will automatically be considered homeless by the state of Florida because that student doesn't have a permanent home. Well, this is a great example to illustrate how important it is whenever we present data to readers to not only disclose the sources of our data, which in this case is the state of Florida, but also to clearly explain what it is that we mean by the metrics that we are measuring. What do we mean with by the word homeless? What do we mean by that, right? That needs to be disclosed in the story or in the visualization, because otherwise readers, as I did in this particular case, being shocked by these graphics, readers will jump to conclusions if we don't explain clearly to them what it is that they are seeing. We also need to pay attention to identifying distortions and omissions whenever we read graphics or whenever we design graphics. This is just a quick example. In 2013, RTVE, which is the national public television in Spain, right, my country of origin, they published this graphic of the number of unemployed people, right, in Spain between February and August. You may see that the number of unemployed people, right, came down from 5 million to 4.7 million people between February and August. And this TV station, this journalist making this graphic, put a positive spin to this story, saying, unemployment is improving and blah, 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 etc. But is this true or not? Well, no, because this is a case of something that is extremely common, right? It's a case of cherry picking the data to push a particular agenda or a particular idea. Because one of the features of the economy of Spain, my country of origin, is that it is highly seasonal, right? Seasonal means that it varies following the same patterns every single year. And the pattern is the following. Spain, a large percentage of the economy of Spain is based on tourism. And tourism, the touristic industry, tends to hire people temporarily during the peaks every year, during the summer and during Christmas time, just because we have more tourists coming. Therefore, unemployment usually goes up during the winter when we have fewer tourists, and it comes down during the summer when there are more tourists. And this is a pattern that repeats every single year. Take a look at this. We are comparing a winter month, February, with a summer month, August. But what happens if we broaden the scope, right? If we go farther back in time and we show an entire year of data, the unemployment rate between July 2012 and August 2013. You will see that the unemployment rate has barely varied anything, and if something, it has actually increased. It actually increased. If we compare August to August, for example, the number is a tiny bit higher over here, right, than it was 1 year ago. And you can see that pattern, right? Unemployment going up during the winter, coming down during Christmas time, this December, and then going up again during the winter, the rest of the winter, and then coming down slowly during the summer, right? That is the reality that is hidden in this graphic over here, just because they carefully selected just the months that confirm the narrative that they wanted to push, which is a positive spin to the story. This is related to my next point, right? Which is that we should embrace depth ourselves as journalists, but we should also teach and train our readers to embrace depth as well. Now, one of the sayings that I like to repeat in my talks and also in my books, right? Not only in How Chats Lie, but also in the previous one, The Truthful Art, and the prior before that, the Functional Art. Both of them, by the way, also published in Korea, which is a huge honor for me. One of the sayings that I like to repeat in these books is that the goal of a visualization, right, or the goal of journalism in general, is not to simplify things. It is to clarify things. So let me try to explain the difference to you. Take a look at this chart. This is a chart that appears in How Chats Lie. It's the murder rate in the United States per 100,000 people. The murder rate went up during the 80s. The 80s were a violent time in the United States. The murder rate came down during the 90s. Stay more or less the same, and then in the past 3 or 4 years the murder rate is increasing again in the United States. If we extend this line, which is something that I did for How Chats Lie, this line keeps increasing up to the present. Now, it is very easy for a regular reader to explain the content of this chart as the United States is becoming a more dangerous country, but that is not true. That is not true. Why is it not true? Because most places in the United States are pretty safe. If we could plot every single town or every single neighborhood on the vertical axis of this chart, most places will be down here. Most places have a very low murder rate, probably around the national rate or below it. What is the challenge? Well, that there are certain places in the United States, right, certain neighborhoods in certain cities that in the past few years have become so violent that they indeed have become much more dangerous. So dangerous that if we try to plot them on this chart, we couldn't do it because they will go through the roof. The murder rate is so high that it tends to distort the national rate. So this is a perfect example of what is a simplification and what is a clarification. This is a simplification because you are only showing me the national rate without showing me the important details in the data, or at least discussing those important details in the data, right? The few observations, the places that may be distorting the national rate. So this is what I mean by embracing depth. The impulse of any journalist is to show just these. And there is nothing wrong with this chart per se. The chart is right. It's the best data that we have. But if we present it without further explanation to readers who don't know about this data, don't know that much about this data, people will jump to conclusions. They will say, well, the United States is becoming more dangerous. We also need to show these. This is what clarifies the story to people. We need to always look deeper into the numbers that we deal with every single day. And then the last recommendation, teaching people not to read too much into a graphic. This is related to many things that I have said so far already, right? How I jumped to conclusions, for example, when I saw the maps of homelessness in Florida, right? We need to teach people to see in a graphic only what it is in the graphic and nothing else. Quick example, take a look at this chart. This is a chart that shows, this is called a scatter plot. A scatter plot is a chart that shows the association or correlation between two different variables. Here we have Each dot is a country, right? The horizontal axis, the position on the horizontal axis is cigarette consumption per capita. So the further to the right a dot is, the more cigarettes people tend to consume in that country. And then the position on the vertical axis is the life expectancy in years. That means that the higher the dot is on the y-axis, the higher the life expectancy. Well, I can assure you that many readers, right, if you only show this without further explanation, they will describe the content of this chart as the more we smoke, the longer we live, right? And that is extremely dangerous, right? Because who is this we? By we, probably they mean myself, right? The more I smoke, the longer I will live, which is actually not true, obviously, as we know, right? Smoking is not great for our health. Right? So what is wrong here? Is it the data that is wrong? No, the data is completely right. The challenge is that what we are dealing here is an example of many fallacies and paradoxes that appear very, very often when we deal with data. The first one is the ever-present, and probably most of you have heard about it already, correlation is not causation. The fact that we're seeing a correlation between one variable and the other variable doesn't mean that this variable causes that variable, or that this variable causes this other variable, vice versa. They just mean that they are associated. We know that the higher the cigarette consumption, the higher the life expectancy, but that doesn't mean that they are causally connected. And it's also a great example of several other paradoxes that are far, far less known, particularly by journalists like myself and like yourselves. One of them called the ecological fallacy. What is the ecological fallacy? Like ecology, right? Ecological fallacy. The ecological fallacy consists of trying to make an inference, to learn something about one level of understanding, one level of showing you here. Each one of these dots is not a person. Each one of these dots is a country. It's a country, right? So that's a different level of aggregation. We are aggregating the data of tons of different people, right? And showing just those national averages. But a pattern that we see at one level of aggregation, in this case, a national level of aggregation, positive pattern, the more we smoke, the higher the cigarette consumption, the higher the life expectancy, that phenomena may not appear at lower levels of aggregation of the data, at the individual level. We call that a Simpson's paradox, right? Take a look at this. If I start disaggregating the data, right, let's separate the countries first by income levels. Now I'm going to split them up. One chart per income level, right? High income countries, middle income countries, low income countries. As you can see, the association completely disappears, right? Just because we are dealing with a confounding variable, a variable that we didn't know about, right? Which is wealth. Obviously, the wealthier a country is, the more people will be able to smoke, but at the same time, the higher the life expectancy, just because high-income countries tend to be safer, right? People tend to eat better, and also they are exposed to less violence. Therefore, life expectancy is quite high. So that's the confounding variable. And as you can see, as I mentioned before, that Simpson's paradox, also called an amalgamation paradox, right? The positive association that we saw before has vanished. Not only that, if we disaggregate all this data further and we go down to the individual level, person by person, we have tons of evidence to show that smoking actually doesn't increase life expectancy, it reduces life expectancy. This is a survival rate curve, right? The height of the curve over here corresponds to the percentage of people who are alive at certain ages, right? In one sample, this is from a study. So at 40 years old, everybody's alive, 100%. But then people start dying, right? When we reach 80 years old, around 50% of people who don't smoke are still alive, but only 26% of people who are cigarette smokers are still alive, right? Now, this is the level of aggregation that we need to take a look at if we want to find out whether smoking is good for myself, not for my country, obviously, but for myself. Because if I want to learn about myself, an individual, and I only look at data aggregated at the national level, it may happen that I may be the victim of an ecological fallacy. I am using the wrong level of aggregation. Now, why does all it matter? Why did I write How Chats Lie, and why I'm talking to you about all these issues? Well, because I think that visualization is really powerful. Visualization is useful. And visualization can be learned and should be learned by everybody, including readers, right? When I say that visualization is useful, right, and that it is not magic, I also try to extend that, saying that the purpose when we design a visualization is not the visualization per se, right? I am a visualization designer, obviously, but I don't design visualizations for visualization's sake. I design visualizations because my goal as a journalist is to help other people make sense of the world. And whether we do that through a graphic, through a map, through a chart, or we do it through words, or we do it through videos, it doesn't really matter to me that much, as long as we help other people understand the world a little bit better using the wonderful tools that are at our disposal, nowadays. Anyway, that's all that I have for you today. Thank you so much for having me. It's a huge honor to be here. I hope that you enjoy the talk. Thanks so much.
네, 알베르토 카이로 교수님.
Yes, Professor Alberto Cairo, thank you for the keynote lecture. I think you can go on another hour or two on this topic. You covered a lot of topics very efficiently in limited time. Thank you for that. And when it comes to data visualization, it's important for people engaged in this field as well as readers to accurately understand the importance and how to utilize that. And she helped us flip some of the conventional thinking, the myths that we had in our minds. A lot of people posted questions in the window in YouTube, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, we're not able to accommodate all of the questions. Now, most of the people who are working in this field asked about how to approach this issue from a more realistic perspective. Okay, now let me cover each of the questions. First question, data visualization, developer, the reporter, the journalist, it requires cooperation among all parties. Now, Professor Kara, from your experience, what is the role of each, and what is the share or contribution that each participant should play in this cooperative effort?
Yes, indeed. The design of visualizations nowadays is a product of teams. It's not necessarily the product of a single person working. Although that depends on the complexity of the project, right? I have done plenty of work on my own, right? If we are designing a simple bar graph or a data map, so that's something that I can do myself without the need of collaboration with other people. But when it comes to designing the types of more ambitious projects that we often see in big media, that's the product of collaboration among different people with different skill sets. The core skill sets, I think, are, first of all, journalistic skills. Obviously, we need to have people who know how to tell a story and first of all, how to find what really matters to the public, and then how to structure a story, how to structure a narrative in a way that it makes sense, how to write a title, how to write an intro. So that's a critical skill. On the other hand, we also have the role of designers, visual designers, both visual designers and UX designers, right? Designers who can take care of typography, color, composition, and so on and so forth, and UX designers who can take care of all the aspects related to the navigation of the graphic and the experience that the user may get when accessing the graphic. And then developers and data scientists, right? People who know a lot about how to handle data, and then about how to develop the interactive tools that may display that data also in an efficient manner. Now, these are not necessarily isolated goals. I'm not saying that one single graphic will require the participation of 5 or 6 different people. Some of these roles can be adopted and can be embraced by a single person, right? I have seen smaller teams of 2 or 3 people who produce very efficient data visualizations, just because one single person can fulfill more than one of these roles. But it is true. I mean, some of the most successful projects that we see nowadays are the product of collaboration between different people, between people who have different profiles different backgrounds. It is impossible nowadays to be an expert on everything that is related to the design of data visualizations, right? We need to find our own niche of expertise, right? Our own area, the area that we can really get very good at, and then specialize in that.
Yes. He mentioned that people from different fields come together and cooperate to create data visualization outcomes. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I would have to funnel some of the questions that have been posted on the window. So let me just cover two. It's a follow-up to the earlier question. In order to create visualization, we would need to use a lot of tools to convey the information. So, Professor Cora, what is your favorite program that you utilize for visualization? And could you also recommend some nice tools, programs for us?
I am very political when answering that question. My answer to that question is always the best tool is always the tool that gets the job done. So whatever tool works for you, just go for that. I have my personal set of tools, and I can mention them. I still use Adobe Illustrator, which is a design tool. I use the R programming language, the letter R programming language. And then I use a broad variety of tools that work on the browser. So I use a tool that is called Data Wrapper, like wrapping something out, Data Wrapper. I use a tool called Flourish, like something that flourishes, like flowers. I use a tool called Flourish. So I use a huge variety. But again, by mentioning these tools, I really, really want to make clear that I'm not saying that they are the best tools out there. They just happen to be the tools that I use. So the best tool is always whatever gets the job done. And if you have any other preferences, just go for them. Just use them, because the landscape today, in the variety of tools that we have at our disposal, it's enormous and very rich, and it is expanding constantly. There are people who are using JavaScript, for example, and D3 and many other libraries to design interactive data visualizations. That's actually becoming one of the standards in interactive data visualizations, right? So if you like that, if you enjoy JavaScript, just go for it, right? Just learn it really, really, really well.
네.
With regard to tools, well, there are a lot of options available to us. So, as Professor Cairo has mentioned, you can pick and choose according to your circumstances and your preferences. Next question. You've talked about graphicacy, interpreting data that you see. So when you create visualization data using raw data, how would you introduce or prove the integrity of the process leading up to raw data to data visualization?
Well, we can never prove the integrity of the process. What we can do is to be transparent about that process. So one thing that I think that we journalists need to do more often is to disclose the methodology that we use to come up with our stories. Similarly to what scientists do in scientific papers, right? A scientist will never publish just their results, right? They always publish the steps that they took to get to those results, right? So something similar could happen in journalism. Unfortunately, it is happening already. If you take a look at what is happening in what we consider the gold standard in data journalism, for instance, ProPublica.org, whenever ProPublica publishes a data-driven story that required the gathering and manipulation of data, they never just publish the story itself. They publish the story, but then they also pair that story with a methodology page in which people can double check and verify what was done to get into that story, where people can download the original data to double check what. So that exercise in transparency is absolutely essential to make journalism a little bit more replicable, like science ideally should be. I think that that's the way to go.
Yes, we're almost up in terms of time, but since Professor Kawa is a very special guest joining us from very far away, I'll just ask one more question. With the results or product of data visualization, we'll have to interpret that. And with regard to how to interpret that, there seems to be a different opinions among experts. So if you go into details, there are those who are more strict in that and more lenient in that. There's still a lot of debate as to how to interpret the visual data. So it's very complicated and complex. So how would you educate this to the public? Because it's still confusing and debatable among experts and professionals. So how would you train or educate the average person on the street?
That will require another book on its own, right? How to do that. But I am a great believer in the power of long-term strategies. And I think that one of the things that we can do as journalists is that whenever we publish a story, right, and we use certain methodologies to get to that story, or we need to use certain concepts or ideas to get to that story, we could explain those concepts in a story. For instance, in the past few years, in the past 5 or 6 years, news organizations in the United States are publishing forecasts of elections, right? And those same media organizations are publishing stories that describe how those forecast models are created. And in order to explain, to explain those processes, they need to use a specialized terminology, right? Such as, terminology, for example, related to uncertainty, right? How do you explain uncertainty to a reader? Well, we need to do it just because it is critical to our job. So it's not going to happen from one day to the other. It's a long-term process. But whenever we have the opportunity to expand our readers' horizon in terms of understanding numbers a little bit better, we should do it. That's the reason why during the talk I emphasize so much the annotation layer, right? Not just showing the graphic, but also describe the graphic, discuss the graphic. If there are different opinions about how to interpret the content of that graphic, also provide those different opinions, right? If both of them are supported by the evidence, obviously we need to provide the two explanations by experts, right? Just by doing that, we will instill in the public a sense that statistics is essential to understanding the world. They are essential to understanding the world, but at the same time, statistics also need to be interpreted. And sometimes interpretations may conflict. They may be in conflict with each other. And that is fine. That's how knowledge progresses, right? Through the conflict, through the conversation, through the clash of ideas, in order to reach a conclusion at some point.
Yes, in the course of this discussion, in understanding the creation and understanding of data visualization, it requires a lot of elements and components to understand. Now, you've mentioned the term graphicacy numerous times. I think you coined this term, but I think we were able to see this in the English dictionary.
지금 플로리다에서 연결하셨는데
You're in Florida right now. It's nighttime, PM hours in Florida. We thank you once again for joining us remotely. Okay, this brings us to the end of our talk with Professor Cairo. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
네, 다음 수로
We'll now move on to the next speaker, the next keynote speaker. From the only statistics research institute in Korea, Mr. Asif Young Chun of the Statistics Research Institute, and he will be talking about evidence-based policy, and because he is an expert and a survey methodologist. I would appreciate your posting questions during the lecture. on YouTube. The topic of the keynote speech by Dr. Asif Yongchun is Nearcasting and Flattening COVID-19, Lessons of Data Journalists from the Crucible of Pandemic Crisis. So is it possible to predict the infection cycle of COVID-19 spread? If possible, how are we going to utilize such data and statistics-based prediction system for evidence-based prediction in national administration? Please welcome Dr. Asif Yongchun. It's good to see all of you. I'd like to greet the viewers who are logged in through YouTube. And I would also like to say hello to the data journalists out there who are working very hard. I majored in journalism in the 1980s and achieved a master's degree. And I think it was only last year that I came back to Korea, and I was appointed as the head of the Research Institute on Statistics under Statistics Korea. And I have found that the power and the drive of data journalism has increased compared to the past. And as introduced, today I will be talking about forecasting using data journalism, whether it's possible, and if so, what is its correlation to government administration? In data, there is big data and sample survey data or census survey data. There are many different kinds of data. And in media and journalism and also SNS such as Naver, Kakao, there are many data journalists who are working on all these different platforms, and through all these media, a lot of different kinds of data are produced. And so using this as evidence, what kind of policies will we be able to produce, implement? So today, actually, the content, I can go on for about 2 hours on the content of my presentation, but today I've only been given about 20 minutes. But I will be communicating with the media, both home and abroad, to continue to share the results of our research project and to share our knowledge and experience. And I hope that there will be further collaboration especially with journalists in the future. This is a slide acknowledging all my colleagues, especially Professor David Fishman. In Washington Post, there is a simulator for the coronavirus. And Professor Alberto Cairo mentioned this during his keynote speech. And Professor David Fishman from the University of Toronto has forecasted the trends of the spread of the coronavirus in March and April this year, and we have been collaborating with Professor Fishman's team through the Korea-Canada Joint Research Team on predictive modeling of infectious diseases. And besides this, besides the teams from the University of Toronto, we have been cooperating with many other university teams as well as researchers in Canada. I will be speaking about 5 different topics. the data-based society and data journalism, and the methodology for predictive modeling of infectious diseases, and how we can supplement predictive modeling using big data, and also the infection scares, how we can case studies of predictive modeling, and socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on vulnerable groups. And then finally, I will be talking about some lessons of and for data journalists. So, first of all, why should we be interested in data journalism or data-based administration, national administration? I think it was in 1997 in the UK. For about 10 years, they have been, the British have been focusing on data-based governance or data-based administration. And we started the same thing in 2004 in Korea during the Roh Moo-hyun administration. And so policy assessment, policy making and policy assessment was approached based on evidence, based on data. So we've been making that effort since 2004, so we were ahead of the United States. The Dr. Catherine Abram was my professor when I was studying in the United States. And she headed the evidence-based policy-making commission, U.S. Evidence-Based Policymaking Commission. And so we have renowned scholars working on evidence policy making in the United States, but we were ahead. Korea was ahead of the United States in approaching national administration based on evidence, based on data. And so that effort was launched quite early on in Korea. So we are advanced in that field. So what is data-based journalism? How should we define it? The Society for Data Journalism, when I heard the news that such a society exists, I was very happy, because up until my master's degree, I was working on journalism. I had studied mass communication, so I was very interested in data journalism, and I was watching the growth of data journalism in Korea very closely. And if you look at the changes that data journalism has been going through around the world, in line with evidence-based news coverage, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, New York Times, and tech companies like Google, they have been focusing on data journalism, and they have been the engine for the growth of data journalism around the world, especially in the West. And within Korea, the changes happening in Korea are related to the global trend. The foreign correspondents who are sent abroad, they communicate with their fellow journalists in other countries, and they have had a positive impact on the growth of data journalism in Korea when they come back. And so I'm very happy to see that kind of advancement and growth. And personally, I think that data journalism can be defined as empirical news coverage that utilize creative thinking based on scientific evidence called data. That is my definition of data journalism. And the key words in this definition would be data as the scientific basis for news reporting and for journalism. But then what is utilized, very importantly, is creative thinking of the reporter, of the journalist. And another important keyword would be that it is based on scientific evidence. So Thanks to the scientific evidence, there is the growth of scientific and empirical society, and so there is a huge gap between that and objective beliefs. And so data journalism is helping to close that gap. So let's focus on the case of trending the spread of infectious disease and methodology of predictive modeling. I have prepared a lot of slides, but I'll be skipping quite a lot of them. But I will need to focus on explaining how it is possible to predict the spread of infectious diseases using data. Since February, we have been going through this pandemic. The pandemic began, and so for almost 8 months, it is shaking the very roots of society, not only in Korea, but all around the world. And we have very restricted or limited data, and using that, we have to predict the peak of the pandemic, when when the infectious disease will stop spreading, or when the spread will slow down, and so on. And so the most basic approach would be to predict the reproductive number, that is R. And then based on that, we need to implement overall disease prevention or disease control measures. And the reproductive number is made up of 3 factors. The first would be probability of infection. This would be the strength of the coronavirus itself compared to, say, pneumonia or the flu. The strength of infectiousness is much higher than the flu or other common infectious diseases. So we have to predict, or P would be a very important factor, probability of infection. And the second factor is contact propensity. So both domestically and abroad, we are practicing social distancing very actively. This is to reduce this C, contact propensity. And the last factor would be the duration in which the infected population causes the disease to spread. So how long the infectiousness, the duration of the infectiousness of the patients, we need to reduce that duration. And this is another very important factor to control or lower R. So we have to diagnose and then test, and as well as contact tracing, and we also have to prevent the spread. And so and we have to treat the patient in isolation. So this is what you call the 3T: testing, tracing, and treating in isolation. And if you have these 3 factors, the R is a multiplication of P, C, and D. And the overall disease control or prevention is based on this 3T, and is possible through 3T. That is, the government can step in to test, trace, and treat. And if we are able to gather the relevant data for P, C, and D, then we can come up with the R number and reproductive number, and we can implement disease prevention measures. So what kind of response do we need in this process, in this era of the new normal because of COVID-19? What kind of everyday life social distancing and disease prevention do we need? So David Fisman and I have been working with our teams, and we have already publicized or published our research results in April. In Korea, we have social distancing, And we need to strike a balance between the force of disease control and the tempo of economic activity. So we need to uh, take the measures, implement measures as far as possible to prevent the spread of the disease. But we cannot negatively impact the economy too much. So if the preventive measures, disease control measures, hurt economic activity too much, then that would defeat the purpose. So we need to strike that balance between the force of disease control and the tempo of economic activity, and through that, we will come up with what appears would be this kind of waves of the disease control and waves of economic activity that is allowed. And we have gone through 3 of these waves. So we have had these 3 small waves since the second one being the one from sourced from Itaewon, and the third one because of the National Liberation Day rallies. And then the first wave was because of Shincheonji. And we have proven during the second wave that this kind of balance is possible. The second serious outbreak in the metropolitan area was controlled in that way. So the first wave was in Daegu, and then there was the second wave, and then the third wave. And so how can we utilize big data? And if we have dynamic distancing and social distancing, how is this received by the population? Even if the measures are in place, if the citizens do not properly follow these measures, then it will be very difficult to predict any results. So SK and others have come up with predictive modeling, and they have been doing this kind of predictive modeling from the beginning of this year for population movement from SK Telecom as well as Statistics Korea in collaboration. And in the last part on the far right, you have the arrows. You have the level 2.5 of social distancing, and this has resulted in a rapid decrease in population movement using the mobile phones held by the citizens, by the users, and through that we were able to track population movement, and we were able to see that level 2.5 social distancing had the actual result of suppressing population movement. And so based on that, we were able to confirm that, and so based on that we did some predictive modeling to see the impact of social distancing on the spread of the disease. And so these are the results of the efforts that we have done to visualize COVID-19 statistical data. As Professor Alberto Cairo had mentioned or explained, the Korea CDC in the beginning communicated with the public using the graphs on the left. So the new patients they showed the KCDC showed the cumulative cases as well as the daily cases. So the daily changes was not shown accurately in the previous graphs. So the data visualization experts worked with KCDC to come up with the graph on the right, which was a more accurate reflection of the reality. And so it was much easier to look at the daily changes in the number of new infections. And so it created less panic among the population as well. And this would be the visual change in the cumulative treated and recovered patients. And so this is in a much clearer bar graph. The people who had recovered, the patients who have recovered from the infection. So that was not so visible in the previous graph, but it was more visible in the current graph, showing that the control measures were working, so that we could alleviate public panic. And so let me show you a few case studies of such predictive modeling. In order to look at the predictive modeling methods, we have to look at the reproductive number. So and understand what R means. If it's more than 1, then it means that the spread becomes rapid. But if R is less than 1, then the spread can be curbed. From May till the end of September, this is the real actual trend of the R number. The flat line would be R at 1, and so that is a very important yardstick to see whether the R number is higher than 1 or lower than 1, and the impact on the R number of disease preventive measures such as social distancing and so on. So we can predict or look at the results of and produce the evidence of the impact of public health measures or infectious disease control measures. And this is possible. So we have done this since from March to July, and about 6 research teams are collaborating to work on this predictive modeling. This is the data that was used for the predictive modeling. And so using this model, let me share with you some of the predictive modeling results. I won't be able to go into it in detail, but let me show you some highlights. How we can do near casting using very limited data. As I said earlier, the most important methodology was IDEA, which stands for incidence, decay, and exponential adjustment. So you have S, which is the group in the population that is susceptible to the infectious disease. So everyone is susceptible, including you and everyone, the viewers. And then the second factor would be I, which is the people who are infected patients. And then R for removed, that is people who have recovered or died from the disease. And if you have these 3 groups, and you will be able to forecast the spread trends. And the classical method for predicting the spread would be IDEA. And then there were some models that are used in Korea that tweaked or adjusted the IDEA method. For example, the Professor Choi Sun-hwa and Kim Ho-ran's team looked at used the SI and R and added some other variables to predict the spread. SIR was used to, and there were three scenarios for the R number. R was is 0.6 and then 0.8 and 2.9. And what would be the result of the spread of the coronavirus in 2 weeks, in 6 weeks, and so on. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, and 4 weeks, based on the scenario where the R number is 0.6, 0.8, 2.9, and so on. I won't be able to go into the details of the predictive modeling results, but overall, if the contact propensity is lower than 1 and higher than 1 or much higher than 1, so based on these three scenarios, what would be the results in terms of the spread? If the contact propensity is high, then it would be the red curve, and then if it's much lower, then it will be the yellow curve. So this is the results of the predictive modeling in 3 weeks' time, in 6 weeks' time, and so on. And this was quite realistic and was close to the actual reality. And so by doing this kind of forecasting, then the government can make rules, create rules, or implement measures about when schools should close down and when classes can continue online or offline, and when companies should encourage their employees to work from home, and so on. And another case would be Professor Sonushik's team in the National Institute for Mathematical Sciences, where this team used stochastic metapopulation predictive modeling. If you adjust some of the variables, what kind of forecasting is possible? That is, it was a much greater variety. So the input data, what kind of impact would the input data have on the results? So before Chuseok, the Korean Thanksgiving, if the number of infected patients in daily was 50, when it is 100, and when the R number is 0, 0.5, and 1, it was P was the decrease in the population movement, and this population movement, if it's 100 people or 50 people or 0, then what would be the impact or the results in terms of the spread of the disease? So that was what they looked at. And then from Seoul National University, you had Dr. Park Tae-sung, Professor Park Tae-sung's research team working on the segmented Poisson model that focused more specifically on policies. In the UK and many other countries, there are many policy variables. Public health measures or policies such as social distancing. These are measures and policies, and there have been a lot of research on the impact or the effectiveness of such policies and measures. So policy measures about announcing the level of social distancing at level 1, level 1.5, 2, 2.5, and so on. What would be the impact of raising or lowering the level of social distancing? And the other variable would be what would be the impact of closing down schools and workplaces? And the other one would be the health index, where infected patients are tested, traced, and then treated. And if such healthcare systems are in place, then what kind of impact would that have on the number of new cases, that is, on the spread of the coronavirus? So these are the variables that Professor Park's team looked at. And because although I'm running out of time, let me go into another important aspect, which is the socio-economic impact on vulnerable people or vulnerable groups because of the coronavirus. Uh, so we need to have evidence and scientific data in order to predict the impact that economic policies would have on vulnerable classes, vulnerable people, and impact on the economy. Well, although disease control and prevention measures are very important and they do have they are effective, they also have negative impacts because if people are in isolation, then they are more prone to depression, and this could lead to suicides, increased suicides. And actually, in reality, in fact, we saw that the suicide rate had increased. And the suicide rate increased especially for women. So the suicide rate is higher among the men, but then there was a sharper increase this year of suicides among women. And so the people who committed suicide number about 8,000 in total. And this could be because of Corona Blue, and we have to look at the impact of that. And so we cannot just ask people to stay at home and isolate themselves, because this could lead to another very negative result, that is suicide. So we have to also implement measures to prevent suicide as well, along with preventing disease control. And I think in the process, to this end, data journalism can play a very important role by collecting and also reporting on this kind of data, so that positive policies can be made and implemented. And as you can see, this is data produced by media companies on the trends of phone calls or to suicide prevention hotlines and the number of cases of phone counseling. And also, this is the self-employed or small business owners, their sales revenue trends. And as you can see, there is a very clear correlation between disease prevention measures and economic activity. And using this kind of data, we can actually strike a balance between economic activity, the tempo of economic activity, and the strength or force of disease prevention measures. And this is the composite index of coincident indicators, which is a very important index that we need to look at, as well as the employment rate. So now moving into the conclusion. Just like all of you, I consider myself a data journalist. And so in responding to this coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic. As a data journalist, we need to accurately understand the importance of R, that is the reproductive number, and we have to have a better understanding and better analysis of predictive modeling. And we also have to evaluate accurately the strengths as well as weaknesses of big data analysis, and as well as the benefits and pitfalls of data visualization. And what should we be considering for the future? First of all, I think that data journalists should have a better understanding of the life cycle of data. Not all data are good data. Data starts off as resources or material. Good material will lead to data, and good data will become good information, and good information will become good evidence, and good evidence will become good policies. So at every stage of this life cycle of data, we have to think as data journalists, the kind of what the data and evidence that I am making use of right now, how high is the quality of this data, of this evidence? We have to ask ourselves that constantly. And we also have to utilize many different types of data, whether it's sampling survey data, census survey data, and big data, which I call organic data. I use the organic data to talk about big data, and how should we choose the kind of data that we should be using in showing the evidence of the impact of policies on the spread of the infectious disease. And lastly, I hope that data journalism can make better use of artificial intelligence and data science. And we need to not only predict the future, but also data journalists can actually participate with the government in nearcasting socioeconomic changes as well as public health changes, so that we can be part of what you call integrative journalism that integrates or converges science, the humanities, and society. This is the last slide, one of my favorite pieces of art. I'm sure Picasso is very famous and you're well known, and you know Picasso very well. And there is an artist, Joan Miro, who is almost as famous as Picasso. And this artwork is entitled The Seers. The seers try to look into the future by looking at the stars. And so that would be the seers in the past. But we are the seers of today, because using data, we are predicting the future, and our predictions can be quite accurate. So as data journalists, I don't think we are any worse than, we are equal in capacity with the data journalists in the West. And through public-private collaboration, I believe that we can continue to advance data journalism and increase the role of data journalism in the future. Thank you very much. That was the keynote lecture by Dr. Asif Young-chun. You have spoken on a variety of topics, but actually we do feel how difficult it is, how challenging it is to predict the future using data. Well, evidence-based policymaking, that expression, that term itself, is very much connected to data journalism, as you said in the lecture. It is subjective information or intuitive information that is used in data journalism. So we should be reflecting on our past mistakes, because sometimes we use fragmented or subjective information to cover news, to produce news reports. So we need to reflect on that and our errors or limitations. And Asif, Dr. Asif, you talked about how we can more closely approach evidence-based news coverage, that is data journalism. So my question to you, this kind of predictive modeling and the impact, predicting the impact of COVID-19 on the vulnerable classes, how can this, what should the data journalists keep in mind when we look at that? When we do this kind of predictive modeling as journalists, this could be a time-consuming process when we need to produce news almost real time, and we don't have a lot of time to produce a news report on changes. So how can we approach that? To predict the impact, the socio-economic impact of on vulnerable groups. And so how should data journalists approach this? How should the media and journalists approach that? That is not a very easy question to answer. When we do predictive modeling of infectious diseases, sometimes it takes about a minimum of 1 week. If it takes longer, it could be about 2 weeks. But in that time period, journalists, reporters can't afford to wait that long. And in that process, a lot of teams are moving at the same time, working at the same time. So it is quite possible for one team to work for about a couple of weeks on predictive modeling to come up with predictions or forecasts for up to 4 weeks down the road. So what we need, the end goal would be to predict how quickly, or how early the period when the spread will stabilize will come. And it is possible for the collaborative team to work on news coverage and work on predictive modeling at the same time. And I've heard that such collaborative teams are working in a lot of the media companies. So it is possible. So if this kind of team play is possible, that would be the make or break factor. It's very important. And the scholars or the academia can work with the media companies and journalists in that way. And another important thing is there is quite a lot of discrimination going on. The vulnerable groups, they are more susceptible to infectious diseases, and small businesses are more susceptible, more vulnerable. The elderly, the poor, women. So these vulnerable groups, what kind of damages are they sustaining because of COVID-19? And how are they trying to overcome the damage? If we have accurate data and we are able to have accurate forecasts on this, then we will be able to implement policies in a much wiser way. So I think in-depth analysis by data journalists would be very important. And as mentioned, the team play would have a good impact. And such team play is going on at Washington Post. So Washington Post journalists are working with the academia to come up with this kind of forecasting. I mentioned Professor Fisman is working with Washington Post and other media outlets in Canada and abroad. So yes, COVID-19 has negative impacts on every person from every walk of life, but especially on vulnerable groups. So if we are able to collaborate much more if there is much more collaboration between data journalists and the academia, we will be able to better help these vulnerable groups. You have shown us the predictive modeling results up till September. And I think the results could be different now since the Thanksgiving has passed now. The Chuseok holidays have passed. So some changes that you can show us? Yes, that's correct. We have seen some changes in the trends. So the change we focus on would be changes in the policy or the measures of the government. So, for example, the level of social distancing has been lowered from 2.5 to 2 and then to 1.5. And how well received such measures are, well followed these measures are by the public. And so I mentioned three factors. There was quite a lot of population movement during the Chuseok holidays, but then if the population were faithfully following preventive measures such as wearing face masks and washing their hands frequently, then that would have a great impact on the spread. That would reduce the spread of COVID-19. If that's the case, so then we will be able to keep the reproductive number to lower than 1, like 0.5. And stabilizing period could come earlier depending on the government policies as well as the behavior of the population. And then another very important factor would be the weather and the flu, which will keep more people indoors. So will there be an impact on the spread? Will the infectious disease spread more, or will we be able to maintain the status quo thanks to strong control measures from the government? And I think this was possible. This is possible. In September, there was about when the infection cases was 400. Back then, it was predicted, thanks to predictive modeling, that it would be very difficult to maintain the status quo or stabilize the spread of COVID-19, and that is why the social distancing level was increased, to 2.5. So this kind of predictive modeling efforts should be shared more with the government. So this was not covered by the media very much recently, so that was very enlightening. So I think we can have hope that we can do more accurate predictions, have more accurate forecasts thanks to predictive modeling. And based on such data and evidence and predictive modeling, we will be able to implement better policies. And I think they are being reflected in government policies. And through collaboration between the media and the government, we will be able to come up with better social policies and measures for a better society. I think we will have to conclude the keynote lecture by Dr. Asif Chon here. Thank you very much.
Next, we will now move on to part one of today's conference. The topic of part one is COVID-19 reviewed with data. We have three speakers joining us today. First is Ms. Eugene Shin, graphics reporter at the Washington Post. She is logged on to Zoom. Ms. Eugene Shin, good morning. Good morning.
오늘 발표해 주실 내용 제목이
The topic of our presentation is coronavirus and visual journalism.
기조 발표를 해주신 분들이 공통적으로 이제
The earlier keynote lecturers
만큼의
have
이 어떤 시각 정보를 이용한 코로나19
both mentioned
올해
the
많은 끌었죠.
publications of the Washington Post
이런 코로나19
that are graphic in nature and on the topic of coronavirus.
다양한 비주얼
The Washington Post is attempting various different types of visual storytelling to convey in a more clear manner compelling stories about coronavirus.
비교한 시뮬레이션
Now, there's also a simulation that compares the spread of coronavirus vis-a-vis other virus
스토리텔링의 제작
types and other trackers of the spread, and we will also talk about the different parts of the production phase.
포스트 그래픽 팀에서
Good morning.
기자로 일하고 있는
I'm a graphics reporter at the Washington Post. My name is Eugene Shin.
그래픽 기자는 디자이너,
A
기자, 기자 등의 다양한 역할을
graphic reporter works as a
수행하면서
designer, developer, and reporter to tell stories in new ways
하고
using
있습니다.
different types of data and visuals.
오늘 말씀드릴 내용은
Now,
코로나
this
바이러스와
is the topic
관련된
of my discussion today, coronavirus and visual journalism.
바이러스 관련하여 참여한 스토리는 현재까지 총
There are 8 stories that are participated in drafting with regard to coronavirus.
가지는 세 가지 스토리를
There are 3 stories
각각 어떠한 내용이
I'd like to use as examples
이야기 나누려고
to illustrate the making of such visual stories.
미국 내 코로나
First has to do with the
바이러스의
tracking
보여주는
of coronavirus, the cases and deaths, the story in the US. Let's look at the news pages.
미국 내 코로나 바이러스 현황을 보여주는
This is the current status, a tracker that's showing this, and it's updated real time.
총 21만 9천
As of October 19, you can read here that at least 219 people have died from the coronavirus in the US. Now, the first visual
확진자 수를 보여주고
shows the confirmed cases per 100,000, and this is placed in order of the number of confirmed cases. If you log on, you'll see the numbers and the order of the number of confirmed cases in order to easily compare the spread of the virus and the infected population among different states in the US. Now, this is the new reported cases per day.
현재 확진자 수가 다시 증가하는
You notice that the number of confirmed cases is increasing recently. And together with this information,
각 주별
you have
확진자 증가 현황도 좀더
per state confirmed cases. You can go into details on the state level.
현재까지는 미국 전체나 주
Now,
단위
so far,
증가율을 보여주었는데요.
we've seen the increases in the confirmed cases per state and the nationwide level. You can use this map to drill down into more local regions.
이 외에도 각
In addition to this,
코로나 바이러스 테스트 현황이나
you have test information of different regions in the US and also hospitalization numbers of coronavirus infected patients.
스토리를 만들면서 고려했던 점에
So, what were some of the things that we took into account in creating such a visual story?
우선은 코로나
First,
바이러스의 확산 현황을 트래커가 단지
a
숫자로
tracker
정도로 그치지 않고 스토리
began with this dashboard,
고려하였습니다.
taking into account different numbers and brought those together to create a more comprehensive story.
헤드라인이나 스토리 안에서
The headline and the story
정보를 확인할 수 있도록
helps readers to check the number of confirmed cases and deaths from coronavirus in terms of numbers. So you'll be able to see not only the numbers, but also the contextual background of these numbers. Now, these visuals,
정보를 보여주는 것에 그치지 않고
it not only shows regional numbers, but also places in order of the number of confirmed cases so they'll be able to easily see at a glance which states have a high number of infected population. Next has to do with the consistency in design and development in the tracker. In this case, you have the regional charts. Notice that it's all of a similar design and shows similar data. We do not need to create separate charts separately, but create the master version using one single common component so that each of these separate charts are created using a single component. This component is used more frequently on numerous occasions in one page. We also have multi-trackers and other trackers that also utilize this common component. So when you want to show new data in a chart or want to update data visualization, all you need to do is update a single component because it will automatically update these other multiple trackers. That's how the system is designed. So using this system, we're able to retain consistency among different trackers, making development and maintenance efforts all the more easy. Now, what you see here is a world tracker. As I mentioned earlier, we use the same common component to develop this for the world version. So the US tracker and the world tracker has the same or similar page design and chart formats. Next is communication with the readers. Given the nature of the tracker, we need to disclose real-time coronavirus information and data, so we believe that public communication is of the essence. The overall tracker information is it's automatically updated. New data or data visualization, if they are added to the tracker, in order to convey this to the readers, it is organized in a log form in a single page. These are the reporters, editors participating in the tracker. We have their names, their emails, plus a joint email so that readers can ask questions about data to all of us and also make suggestions as to what sort of data to include. So we see communication happening quite actively with the readership. Now, moving on, I'd like to talk about how we simulate COVID-19 epidemic, how it breaks out and how it terminates. Now, this story was created in February of this year when the first big outbreak occurred. 3 graphic reporters participated in this joint project.
화면에 4,000개의 회색 점이 보이는데요.
There are 4,000 gray dots on the screen.
의미합니다.
This
빨간 점은 감염자를
signifies the
의미하고
population. The red is infected case.
제한된 인구 내에서의 확산을 시뮬레이션
So we were able to create a simulation
이 인구는
with the infected cases within the sample population. And the assumption that we took on was that the population here was susceptible or vulnerable to coronavirus infection.
시뮬레이션은 기초 감염체 생산 지수.
Now, this is a simplified model of an epidemic. The main factor is the rate of disease is able to spread through a susceptible population. This is called the reproductive number. Now, for a new disease like COVID-19, almost everyone in the population is susceptible, a prime scenario for an epidemic. We begin with the basic data, convey in a storytelling manner to the readership. Next, there's a spread of COVID-19 and how confirmed cases recover or lead to death. The spread of the red dots shows the spread of the infection, and after the infection occurs, one would recover or die from the disease.
재감염이 이루어지지 않는다는
The
가정하에
assumption is that reinfections don't occur.
보이는 회색점이 점점
The gray, in
확인할
other words,
수
susceptible
있습니다.
population, the number decreases as you can see in this simulation.
이처럼 감염에 취약한 인구가 점차
The susceptible population slowly diminishes,
생산 지수가 감소하고
so the effective reproductive number goes down. If it's go down below 1,
감염
the
확산이
epidemic
멈춘 것을 볼
will
수
stop
있습니다.
spreading.
다음으로는 홍역을 보도록
Next, let us look at the
하겠습니다.
case of measles.
보시다시피 확산이
So you can see here,
빠르게 이루어지는 것을
the
확인할
pace
수
of
있습니다.
the spread is a lot faster.
에볼라를 보면
And this is Ebola virus.
있지만 치사율이 굉장히 높은 것을
It
알 수
spreads
있습니다.
more slowly, but it's more deadly.
확산 및 종식의 시뮬레이션은
The simulation for the outbreak and termination of coronavirus was compared with measles and Ebola virus in a visual manner to easily understand how the process
이 외에도
transpires.
바이러스의 확산 속도를 늦출 수 있는
There
시나리오를
are other scenarios that we
설명드리겠습니다.
simulated to reduce the spread of the virus.
다음은 마스크를 착용할 경우인데요.
Now, next pertains to wearing masks. The yellow is the mask-wearing population.
보시면 위의 바이러스들이
As you can see,
인구 전체에서
the
확산되었다고
virus within the given population,
아직
earlier it spread and then stopped, but here the susceptible population is still remaining in the outskirts yet, and the spread of the disease has stopped.
다음은 격리가 이루어지는 시나리오입니다.
Next is a quarantine scenario.
환자가 나왔을 때
When a confirmed case occurs, if quarantine happens effectively, the population exposed to the virus goes down, hence placing a check on further spread.
다음은
Next,
은퇴 노후 재정
I'd like to talk about our chatbot that offers retirement planning counseling. Now, there are a greater number of unemployed people in the U.S. due to COVID-19. Many people ask about how to apply for unemployment benefits and whether it's wise to continue to pay for a pension. And there's a chatbot that we created to offer financial counseling and retirement planning to our readership who posed us questions. Now, Michelle is a highly credible personal finance planning consultant. So she converses with the readers and offers financial consultancy. This is our story. Well, it begins with the introduction of who Michelle is. She blinks her eyes to give the impression that she's actually a real person existing in real life. So after Michelle is introduced in this article,
미셸과의 대화가 이어집니다.
conversation with Michelle ensues.
문자 메시지를 주고받는 듯한 형태로 되어 있습니다.
Okay, it's designed to look like they're exchanging text messages
대화하는 듯한 친밀감을 주고자 하는
to give a sense of closeness
개인의 재정
and also to offer appropriate advice that is customized to the reader asking a certain question. If you lost your job, have you suffered economically? That's a question that Michelle would ask, and let's answer yes to this question. Well, to this answer, Michelle says this. When you lose a job or your income is significantly reduced, you may have to put retirement planning on pause, among other advice.
주로 응원하거나 위로하는 등의 메시지에
She offers consolations or
오디오의 형태로 전달하였습니다.
tries to cheer up the readers who are in a predicament. And there's also an audio that
은퇴 준비에 대한 직접적인
relays her actual voice. If you don't require further financial planning for retirement, then the discussion is concluded. And there are other FAQs that readers tend to post.
그리고 미셸의 인사와 함께
And then
스토리가
Michelle
마무리됩니다.
concludes the story with a farewell statement.
다시 처음 질문으로 돌아가 보도록
Okay, let us
하겠습니다.
go back to the first question again.
이전과는 다르게 도우를
So
안
unlike what we did earlier, I'll click on no instead of yes.
직업이 안정적이라고 대답을
Michelle
하면
asks, do you think your job is secure for the next 6 months? If I answer yes,
연봉이나 개인의 재정 현황들을 물어보기 시작합니다.
she asks about
이런
your
질문들에
annual
대한
salary or financial
답을 못하면
situation.
지금 현재
And depending on
노동이
the
은퇴를
answers
불가하기
that come,
때문인지
she
미셸이
assesses whether
마지막으로
retirement
저에게
planning
상담을
is being
해줍니다.
effectively being
이와
implemented
같이
and
조사에
offers other personal
답변하다가 미셸이
consultancy.
저처럼 다른 방법을
And
보였고
Michelle offers different
조사에
advice
답변하는
and
방법을
responses
적극적으로
depending on what questions and
상담해주는
answers
것이
come
이
from
스토리의
the
핵심입니다.
reader. So this is the essence of this story.
이렇듯 복잡한 챗봇의 로직을
So
정리하기
this is the
위해
complicated logic of the chatbot.
우선 이 그림과 같이
As you can
순서부터
see in this
살펴보겠습니다.
figure, the
미셸이 실제로 은퇴 재정
development
상담을 할
began with
때
the
물어보는
flowchart.
질문들로 기본 틀을 잡고
The basic framework
점차
consists of
구체적인
questions that
플로우를
Michelle
구성했습니다.
asks. Then we
이때
continued
우리는
on with
첫
creating the
번째로
flowchart.
피그마를
We use
사용하였습니다.
Figma, which is a
이는
collaboration tool.
순서대로 함께 작업하고
It
저장하는
helps to work
문서들의 큰 역할을
together,
했습니다.
develop, draw, design, and save the
자, 이
flowchart as a
순서대로
team.
챗봇이 되기까지
Now,
데이터가
the
분열되지
flowchart goes
않았습니다.
through this process. This is how the data
순서대로
is converted to become a chatbot.
형태로 정리를 하고
The Google Doc creates a
RTML이라는
text version, and we use RTML
JSON이라는 데이터 포맷으로
as a
적을
tool to
적어놓았습니다.
convert it to a data format known as
그리고 이
JSON.
데이터를 챗봇
And this
형식으로
data
전환하는
is
개발을
converted
하였습니다.
into a chatbot
이
using
시스템이 완성된
program
이후에는
coding.
구글 다큐
After the
텍스트가
system was
챗바트로
completed, Google
건너내는
Doc
중요한 과정이
text
자동화되었습니다.
converted to a chatbot
즉, 순서도의
was
로직이
automated. In other
업데이트되면
words, when the logic of the
사용자들은
flowchart is
로직을
updated,
생성하고
it's a
챗봇의
simple edit
기능을
within
적용할 수
Google
있게
Doc. We're
되었습니다.
able to realize or implement a
이렇듯 복잡한
conversation in
로직을
chatbot. So this
챗봇의
complicated
필요한 형태로
logic
쉽게 구현하고 업데이트하는 방법을
and
찾음으로써
implemented in a
개개인의 재정
chatbot and
상태에
implemented very
맞는
easily
상담을 할 수 있게
to offer
되었습니다.
individualized or customized consultancy for financial planning to individual readers.
여기까지
Well,
발표했습니다.
this concludes my
기억해 주셔서
presentation. Thank you
감사합니다.
for listening to my story. Yes, that was Ms. Yu Jin Shin, graphics reporter at the Washington Post. She is with us online through Zoom. I'd like to ask you one or two questions on what you just presented. Now, Ms. Shin, you work as a graphics reporter on the graphics team of the Washington Post currently. Now, this title is somewhat new to many Koreans because graphics reporter, the title is non-existent in my company. What does a graphics reporter do at the Washington Post? And Ms. Shin, you personally, when it comes to design, development, planning, I'm sure there are a lot of things that have to be done, but what specifically do you do per se?
맨 처음에 소개시켜드렸던 것 같이 저
Yes,
같은
as I mentioned in my
경우에는
presentation,
디자이너와 개발자,
designer, developer, reporter. So I wear three
저희 같은
hats,
경우에도
and within my
다른
team,
모든 다양한 역할을
other
수행하고 있는
members carry out different
분들이라는
functions.
지적이 됐고,
So there are graphic
다들
reporters that can
색깔보다
carry out
저
different
같은
roles, and they
경우에는
have
기술 부문을
different
맡고
backgrounds.
있고,
I majored in
디자인을
mechanical
담당하거나
engineering
아니면
myself, but
언론이나
there's also those who
혹은
majored
컴퓨터부나
design,
다양한
journalism,
전공을
computer
가진
engineering, computer
팀원들을 위해서
science. So there are team members with
비주얼을
different
중심으로
varied backgrounds that come
뉴스를
together
요약하는 일을 하고
and
있습니다.
attempt to deliver news through visual means. Yes, and in countries outside of Korea, They work on design with regard to data journalism in a very integrated manner, very organically. Co-work system and discipline is made to work as a team. Now, you mentioned this in your presentation. There are a lot of different contents and cases that you covered. The COVID-19 spread simulation was quite impressive and interesting. I think that was a very popular story. When you draw a chart or a graph, typically, the production process I would take was very different. And also the algorithms behind the simulation. I don't know what the appropriate term is here, but the principle behind the spread and the algorithms, those who developed that and those who designed that should be experts and have clear knowledge of this. What precise tool or program did you use to implement this? Could you be more
같은
specific?
경우에는 교육
Well, for the simulation,
에 참여를 했고요.
it was a 3-member team.
툴의 경우에는
And for the tool, we used
dim3js라는
these
툴을
3JS
사용해서 웹지를 가지고 구현을 했습니다.
and
그래서
use a
크게 점을
WebJ,
비주얼라이제이션을 할 수 있었고요.
able to
그리고
visualize
알고리즘 같은
4,000
경우에는
dots.
저희가
And for
직접 개발을
algorithms,
했습니다.
we developed the algorithm
저희가
ourselves.
기본적으로 감염 재생산 지수에 의해서 감염이 확산되는 것에 대한
With
모델링에
regard to
대한
the
내용이
infection
있었는데
spread, we had an understanding using basic concepts, but we mulled over how to convey this in a more easy manner, in a more intuitive format to our readers. That is why we compared COVID-19 with other virus epidemics, such as fatality rates, other models, and other
캐나다 대학의 캐나다의 데이비드 크리스만
consultancy
교수님과 상의를 해서 모델
was given to us by a Canadian professor,
알고리즘을 적절하게
Professor
반영하는
Frischman, to verify through discussions on whether our model and algorithms were appropriate for this scenario. Yes, in the interest of time, I think we should wrap up the Q&A. Well, Washington Post content, a lot of that was quite popular worldwide. And there are people here in Korea that are still working on this topic. So the cases and the models that Ms. Shin introduced to us today, we will continue to benchmark to create more compelling and more three-dimensional contents and visualization. Thank you. Thank you very much.
저희가 이제 워싱턴 포스트의 이제 사례를 봤습니다만 국내에도 또 이렇게 여러 직종
Yes, we saw different cases in the Washington Post, but here in Korea, there are a lot of teams that come together organically to undertake different projects. Now, one of them
팀장을 맡고 계시는 분입니다. 정한진
is with KBS. We will invite Han Jin-chung from KBS to talk about the next topic as part of this presentation.
There are people who are attending the conference online, or what you call a remote participation. So, I would like to ask everyone to welcome Mr. Han Jin-chung. Many media companies are providing data as well as news stories on COVID-19, and they are working very hard to collect data. What are the lessons learned? What are the areas where we need room for improvement when it comes to producing COVID-19 spread maps and networks? So that would be the topic of the presentation. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Han Jin-chung from KBS. I enjoyed that presentation just now from a reporter from Washington Post. And the process of Washington Post journalists visualizing the data was quite impressive, and we learned a lot from that. Reporter Eugene Shin, I think it was back in March, although there is a 13-hour difference between Washington and Seoul, on the topic of media response to COVID-19. That was, we attended a symposium together to exchange opinions and experience, and am quite curious about what kind of impact such as data journalism has in the country. The team that I belong to in KBS is the data journalism team. What kind of work have we been doing, and what kind of results and outcomes have we produced? That will be the topic of my presentation today. So, this was the stories that we saw on TV at the beginning of the pandemic. There was a news report on Wuhan pneumonia patients, an outbreak of what you call Wuhan pneumonia, what was called Wuhan pneumonia back then. And that triggered a lot of curiosity. So we looked at the data, relevant data. So that was in October and November of 2019, where there were some word or rumors that such outbreaks had already happened in China. And that reminded me of something that happened 5 years ago, that is the MERS outbreak in Korea, when the whole public, the Korean public, was panicking because of this very important infectious virus. Back then, 39 people died. So 186 people were infected by the MERS virus, and the fatality rate was quite high. 39 of them actually died. And back then, in 2015, the information or data regarding the spread of MERS was not disclosed by the government, and so that aggravated the public panic and also lack of faith in the government, and there was a spread of false news or fake news. And so a rapid response is very important in order to alleviate public panic and also to respond effectively to any pandemics and outbreaks. So that was the lesson that we learned. And so according to that, we started working very quickly at the data journalism team in KBS. So we dug out all the facts and data that had been that were produced, that were generated during the MERS outbreak, and we used that. And we analyzed the data, and then we also produced or created an analysis framework. And not only that, after MERS, we had the bird flu outbreak and the pig flu outbreak and so on. So all these were pandemics that we had actually experienced. And so we were hoping personally that all this data that we prepared will not be reported as actual facts, but then unfortunately it was. And the pandemic continued to spread. But we started responding and working from the very beginning. And the direction of the news stories and news coverage was based on the principle of our news coverage being fast and accurate, and that the data that we produce had to be reliable. That was the second principle. And it had to be reliable and accurate COVID-19 information, and it has to be easy to understand by laymen, and it has to be intuitively understood. And so this, based on such data, news stories would be produced, and this was utilized not only online, to produce online news stories, but also used in terrestrial broadcasted news, that is TV news, and also used in the news website disaster section. So data journalism focuses mainly on online news articles, so I will focus on that first. When it comes to collecting data, what was most important would be accuracy. So what we depended on was the morning and afternoon news briefings by KCDC. And we looked at all the data based on the press releases that were posted on the KCDC website. And every day we will amass all this data in Excel format twice a day, in the morning and in the afternoon, and then this would be reflected in our database. That would be the second phase, step 2. So just as a variety of news stories would spread, centering around the specific components, we focused on data, and in order so that we can provide materials for news reports, and we focused on rapid response. The first infected patient came out on the 20th of May 2015 when it came to MERS. And it was only after 14 days after that we started producing information, relevant and valid information. And that period was shortened to 9 days. So although we worked very hard and we tried to respond as quickly as possible, it took about 14 days during the MERS outbreak. And so we were able to shorten that by about 5 days. But even that is not short enough. So we could have shortened this even further during the corona outbreak. And another one difference between the corona outbreak, the COVID-19 outbreak, and the MERS outbreak is, well, the MERS outbreak was confined to a few Middle Eastern countries and Korea, so we didn't need to check other countries or the global situation. But when it came to COVID-19, it started in China, and it spread very quickly across the globe to Paris, to Europe. So even before we had domestic cases on the increasing, we saw the infection cases increasing around the world. So we needed to provide information on that, and so we referred to the data, which was all disclosed on the KCDC website, the global situation, COVID infection or spread information and data. But all these data or information is in the form of texts, in text format. So what we did was visualize that in the form of dots on the world map to visualize that this was spreading across the globe. And we had the number of infected infected patients, and a number of deceased, and the countries. We differentiated between the countries where there were infections and where there were no infections, and so on. And in the region, by region, whether it's Africa or Europe or the North American continent, we would divide up the globe into the different continents to look at the different situation in the different regions. And this was the way we categorized this. And the data was provided by the authorities, the relevant authorities in the country. It was made public. And then zooming in, we would zoom into each of the countries and look at the trends, the spread trends in specific countries, and the increase in the number of new infections in each country. And this is the kind of information that we provided to the public. And contact tracing system was being put in place, and the government was preparing to put that in place. So the spread routes was another data set that we were preparing to make public. It was evaluated positive. Such efforts were evaluated positively during the MERS outbreak, and we were going to do that in a much more improved fashion this time round. But if you look at the press releases from the government, the raw data or the original information and data is usually in text form, and it's not that easy to read or understand. And so rather than an in-depth analysis, what we focused on was visualizing this so that the public could easily understand the information at a glance. So what we did was, as I mentioned, every day we would take the data provided by the government, and we would put this in Excel form. And this is the Excel spreadsheets that we produced. By age, by nationality, by state. That is, whether the patient is in treatment or before treatment or has recovered and so on. So this was a change in the format. But this does not mean that the data has been actually visualized. So what we did was do a DAG, directed cyclical graph. This is a methodology that was quite developed early on in the mid 1990s by Dr. Julia Pearl, a computational scientist, and this. Using DAG, she was able to discover the correlations. Between the infection and the infection routes. So these ABC, all these are the nodes, and the arrows would be the routes through which the infections took place. This is the network of the COVID-19 infection. This is the spread network on the 3rd of March. One thing that we tried to factor in was during the MERS outbreak, since we were trying to show an overall picture, it was a bit more difficult to look at individual cases or individual outbreaks. So viewers or users, they can zoom in on or to individual cases. For example, the elderly, the group of elderly people living around the Chongno area. and the information on individual infected patients. And if the information on the route of movement or the route of the infection is available, then we will make it available. So the movement of the infected patients was visualized on the map. I will talk about that in greater detail later. This is the information that we provided on each of the individual infected patients. This was in high demand by our readers and subscribers. And this was, we used as reference the information released daily from the authorities. We cannot identify the person or name that person, but then we know the patient's age and the address and the route of movement and so on. And the public can view the information, such information on each individual patient. And this is the kind of service that we provided. With just a few clicks, you can we can know more about each of the infected patient and whether that infected patient is a neighbor or living close by. And also with colors, we visualize the different states of and the different area of residence of the infected patients. How many are living in Seoul? How many patients have recovered? How many are in treatment, and so on. So this kind of information you can get not only for Seoul, but for other local cities as well. How many are hospitalized and how many have been discharged, and so on. And if you click on the infected patients, if the movement routes have been shortage of public masks. Back then, the shortage was not that severe. There were not people. It was not like there were people who were walking around on the streets without face masks. It's just that people were panicking, so there was a run on masks. They rushed to drugstores to purchase masks. They were lining up to buy face masks, and the queue was cut off. The line was cut off right in front of some people, and so people were complaining. So this was the kind of discomfort and anxiety that people were slowly feeling because of the mask shortage. And so the mask shortage was covered. And a colleague, came to me and showed me some of these applications, mobile phone applications that showed the inventory of face masks in the drugstores. So I spent the night up investigating and also looking at those apps to come up with a news story. And as you know, as you're familiar, this is the kind of application where public mask information on public mask sales was provided in this way, and the API was provided or disclosed by the government in collaboration with developers, application developers. So these are not in service anymore, since we're not, the public is not rationing, the government is not rationing face masks anymore. But then we can see when the application was in service, you could see at a glance whether the drugstores still had inventories or stock or face masks in stock. And by color, you could see whether the inventory was sufficient or low, and so on. The COVID-19, how it was spreading, the routes through which it was spreading, those were all models or simulations that we were all very much interested in. And I think the one that gathered the most public interest, a lot of the public interest, was the Washington Post's Flatten the Curve story, the news story, which showed how effective social distancing can be, how social distancing can actually effectively flatten the curve. And the public was really able to understand this intuitively. And at KBS, our team was thinking, we should be offering this kind of experience to our Korean readers. And so what we did, we came up with a simulator. So we referenced the Washington Post news story. And so what the model that we came up with was a virtual village with 100 villagers. And the variable was whether you had on a face mask, you were wearing a face mask or not. And so, in the size of the bubble, showed whether the face, whether you were wearing a face mask to prevent body fluids from spreading. And then these bubbles would be interacting with one another within this simulator. And based on the results of the simulator, we came up with coefficients. So this was not a very high-end or complicated mathematical or computational simulation. We just had bubbles interacting with one another, hitting each other, and the size of the bubbles. And so these were some very simple factors for the simulator. So although it was a very simple simulator, it was successful in proving that social distancing was quite effective and successful, can be quite effective and successful in preventing the spread of the virus. So in participating in the simulation, you have to fill up the questionnaire of and answer yes or no to whether you are wearing a face mask and whether you are participating in social distancing, and how many people within this virtual village that I'm living in wear face masks, how many people are practicing social distancing, and so on, and the fatality rate in the village. And so you can run this through the simulator to come up with the impact that on this village in terms of the spread of the virus, depending on whether you wear a face mask or whether you practice social distancing or not. Back when during the first wave of the outbreak, already 190 countries around the world were going through the pandemic. And back then, what we thought was more necessary would be the situation in every country. So information and data on what was happening in each of the countries. But then back then, the timing was there were elections pending. And so in order to evaluate or assess the effectiveness of public health measures and policies, we needed to use tools to provide people with information. And as Professor Caro mentioned, there were tools such as Flourish that were in use. And I had in mind Gapminder, which was best for our most suitable for our purpose.
이미 기존에 있던 데이터를 기준으로 국외에 있는 어떤 가별 확산에 관련된
On the conditions or the status of the spread of the virus in different countries around the world. So these were the data. This was the data that we came up with, the trends that we came up with using Gapminder. About 10,000 people were infected in just one day in China. And we were quite taken aback by such information. But we thought that this was just fake news, or this was the data had been manipulated, but that wasn't the case. We could see the huge increase, a very sharp increase in new infections, even in the United States, as the pandemic went on. So these are the efforts and the work we did for online news articles. And now moving on to the TV news or broadcasting news. Since we were focusing on online news, one thing that we missed out on, or one thing that we could have done better, was provide these services to people without much digital access. So we felt the need to become more active in providing more access to such information, to the digitally marginalized, so to speak. So we collaborated with broadcasters.
실제 지상파 방송에 나왔던 부분이고요. 저희가 온라인으로 첫 기사를 냈던 28일 바로 다음 날 9시.
And so right after one day after we started producing online news, we were able to provide our data to for TV news. And so we provided a touch screen content, which is quite challenging technically. And it was made possible thanks to our commitment to provide such data to news viewers. So TV news began to provide such interactive news using interactive tools thanks to media, thanks to the data that we provided. And also we provided news on the disaster section of our news website. For public mask inventory, the movement routes of the infected patients, and the spread maps, and so on. Some of the things that we could have done better, that was what I want to talk about. One thing that we found quite inconvenient or regretful was that the press releases that we were provided with from the government, they were mostly in text format, and they were just the same, no different from back during the MERS outbreak. And this kind of text format, they were in the Korean Word file format, but thanks to civic hackers, this was transformed or translated into data, actually computable data, to come up with applications. And so this is something that we should be working harder on. providing better usable, more usable press releases. And another thing that I find regrettable is that the provision of information, especially on individual patients, has stopped. It stopped from 20th of February onwards, and so this kind of service is no longer available. Viewing or searching for individual patients and the route of infection and so on. But I think this kind of information is still needed by the public, so we try to provide that, continue to provide that service. And also local governments tried to continue with that, even though the service was not provided centrally. But there were a lot of challenges in collecting this data from the local government and authorities, and then amassing this data, because the forms of the data that was provided was all very different from city to city, from government to government. And another thing that became an issue was the issue of privacy invasion. And so a lot of people voiced concern that this provision of information on infected patients might be a violation of privacy, but these concerns fortunately did not really materialize. But these concerns over privacy did place some restrictions on the information that we could provide on the patients. About 9 months have passed since the first infected case on the 20th of January, and so every day before when I report for work, I will be checking the number of new infections and looking at the statistics, checking the statistics. So this has become part of our daily lives. This is the daily new infections by each city. As you can see, although the spread is declining, but compared to the outbreak, the second outbreak from Itaewon in May, you can see that the fluctuations are very wide. But these outbreaks are not leading to pandemics. So even if there is quite a large number of cases of new infections, this does not become accelerate into an outbreak or a severe outbreak. And I think this is thanks to the cooperation and participation of the public in abiding by the rules of level 2.5 distancing, despite the inconveniences that they experience and the loss of business and income. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, you have introduced a lot of diverse cases of data journalism. And you said that you spent the night up coding for the data, and you are a data developer yourself, and you're working with data journalists, and you're using tools sometimes, but most of the time you personally develop the codes for this kind of data. I am aware that you have been working on this kind of tasks for about 7 years now in KBS. So there's a question that came up that I would like to direct to you. It's a kind of general question. As a reporter, as a journalist, at what level should we be when it comes to handling this kind of data? How well versed or how technically capable should we be? a little more knowledgeable than laymen? Or do we need to be more experienced? Do we need to have more technical capacity, like a citizen data scientist? Or should journalists be even more well-versed or more professional? Should we have been formally trained in data journalism and data sciences? Well, to share with you my personal thoughts, when it comes to data journalism and the capacity of journalists to participate in data journalism, you have to have a deep personal interest in social issues. Uh, Whether you participate or not does not depend on whether you are a journalist. You have the developer and the data analyst and the data visualization expert. All these people are collaborating together, working together on my team. And that is because we really want to understand social issues and make a difference. I want to use my skills, my technical skills, to contribute to resolving social issues and social problems. And so that is the commitment that we have that became the basis for our collaboration and our teamwork. So journalists who actually cover news,
취재 기자 상이라고는 다른 게 없습니다. 취재를 잘하는 기자입니다.
they're no different from the requests or what we expect from journalists that we collaborate with. If you're a good journalist who keep to the rules that all journalists abide by, then that's good enough. And I think if you adhere to those principles, then you are on the way to becoming a good data journalist as well. And that is something that we should continue to think about, what kind of models and tools that we should be using as we develop data journalism in the future. I think we have to conclude here and move on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Dr. Taewon Jung from Kakao. He will talk about Kakao's white paper on COVID-19 that has utilized Kakao services in order to highlight the new social trends and insights. So let us listen to what he has to say. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Taewon Jung from Kakao team. We're running into lunchtime, so I don't want to stand between you and lunch, so I'll try to be succinct as much as possible. Now, I was grappling with what to focus on when I decided to talk about the Kakao white paper. So starting from planning and the process to date, the most frequent question and feedback was this. People ask, why does Kakao do this? You were part of the policy team, not the data team. Why would the policy team do this? So maybe if I cover this question, you'll be able to acquire a better understanding of Kakao's white paper altogether. Now, before I cut to the chase, let me share with you some good news first. When we prepare for a presentation, the contents that goes into this, we'll have to think about whether it fits the tone of the conference and nature. So I was somewhat concerned, but this data conference, I was participant in this conference in the first and second rounds, so it feels like I'm back home rather than a stranger to this conference. Now, one concern or anxiety I did have, however, had to do with how to explain our data from journalism, from planning to the point that we have achieved to this point. We did not take into account the technology or why we're doing this. So I could tell a story, but not all of the other stuff. So I'm not sure if I'm in the right house to be talking on this topic, but many people jointly pointed out that this entire process was indeed manual, tedious labor. So I share with the journalists who say that their job in data analysis and data visualization or news involves tedious manual labor. So maybe we do share common grounds, and I do feel at home now. Now, as many people ask, why did Kakao create a Kakao white paper on COVID-19? I joined the company just a few months ago in May. And from Kakao asked me to do this and this and this. Most of them had to do with coming up with policy agenda. A third was Kakao's growth. Second, an agenda for the community growth. And the first was joint growth between Kakao and the community. So it was a very difficult and challenging request that was given to me by my company. So how am I to meet this request? I lack creativity. So we have a lot of data, articles, press reports, data out there, and in following through that, I noticed that there's social media, internet, texts, multiple sources that talked about COVID-19 and its outbreak, how it's being transmitted, and talked about a lot of the data that I came across had to do with the impact on society. The social community was impacted in this way and is changing in this manner. There were some articles that explained in a quantitative manner using data, but most of the articles had to do with episodal perspectives describing the social changes brought on from COVID-19. So I asked myself, was there a real change? And second, if there was change, how much change? Many people are trying to predict very important changes. So whether there are changes, in fact, is important, but also the proportion or the magnitude of that change would also be very important. So I looked into whether we were able to do that kind of prediction. So Kakao utilized Kakao service data to make a more quantitative analysis of evaluating the proportion or the magnitude of the change. And in phase two, I asked myself whether this was a necessary job. It was not just me and my team leader, and also Mr. Han Jin-jung. Google has also utilized its location-based data to create categories of visits to parks and other locations and came up with an analytical result of statistics. So actually that encouraged me and compelled me to believe that this is in fact something that has to be done as necessary because Google was doing it already. So Kakao had very broad data and more Korean data compared to Google or other foreign companies, for example. So I wanted to utilize our indigenous data. So this would be a disclosure out of our necessity, but out of necessity and request from other parties. So I conducted a brief survey, whether it's the Center for Disease Control, the Ministry of Public Health, or OECD, or other public institutions, all emphasize the necessity of analyzing such data for infection prevention or helping the economy rebound. This information and data will be integral. And also for detailed decision making, these social statistics that are gathered anonymously can offer very compelling supporting evidence. So it is indeed highly necessary. So given this feedback, I became more convinced and more confident in my belief that this is an actually necessary task. Then, okay, this is a necessary task. Then does Kakao, of all companies, have to do this? I asked this question myself, and to that, I present two reasons and decided to go on with this project. Well, first reason has to do with the first concept. is corporate social responsibility, known as CSR. Now, this has evolved to a higher level. We talk of corporate digital responsibility, or CDR. There's a link of our team's blog, not to advertise ourselves, but to show a very well organized insight on CDR. And in 2016, Jingles utilizes digital technology to describe that it is important for companies to carry out responsibilities not for its own business profits, but also for more socially beneficial outcomes. So we wanted to publish a white paper to carry out at least a part of Kakao CSR or CDR missions. And second reason, if you've logged on to our website, our basic value says as a better world, technology meets people. So our everyday service that Kakao provides, since technology is created by humans, these services could be organically interconnected to create a more valuable outcome for the betterment of the world altogether. And this task was undertaken throughout May and early June. So for each of the Kakao services, we asked the data that would imply some potential changes since the COVID-19. There were scores and oceans of data, so we were at a loss as to how to approach this from the outset. If the information isn't conveyed in a very clear manner, then this job would be rendered futile. So rather than ask for data, the policy team decided to make predictions of the potential changes and create a plan, and then come up with assumptions as to what types of data would be needed. So with that thought in mind, we began with the planning phase. Okay, so we looked into internet articles to get hints, reports. We consistently amalgamated and classified data from the reports and articles. So this process took place in May and June. And as we were collecting the data, we saw that a list was naturally being created. So using this list, we used the items to explain using Kakao service data. That cannot be explained, we remove them. For those that can be explained, we try to refine that data. And as that process transpired, it naturally found itself into a list form. So when you create a table of contents or list of a report, people tend to say that the work is half done already. So I acquire newfound hope that I'm halfway there to my goal. And for each of the items on the list or the table of contents, I began to think about what sort of data to request for which particular service realm with that list and carried on the conversation. Now, this is a large tool. This is the purposes in our white paper. The data is part of the services. The topic of this slide is collaboration and a cry out loud emoji. Because collaboration, we understand that it's important, but very detailed and meticulous planning in the collaboration process is of utmost importance. That is why I added this emoji. You have the plan, you have the data, it's very refined, and I felt that I was communicating very well with the service team. However, I should have worked with the people who are working with the actual data, but I worked with the planning team, so there was some distortion in the process, and I was thinking in a rough manner. Because the data, if it's too detailed, it will be difficult for me to put all of that together in order. So I asked the team to give this on a weekly basis. But the weekly basis wasn't defined accurately, so in some cases the maps were weekly. And for some cases, it was classified into 7-day intervals as of the first day of each month. So we had to go back and forth to clarify the communication. It was an ongoing process throughout June, July, I think. And maybe next occasion, if there's an occasion for me to present again, I could present details as to how we could organize in a more effective manner through wise communication. Okay, so while working on collecting and organizing the data, well, the term was January 1st last year to May or June of this year. And I asked for this data in July, so that wasn't the data that I requested for, in other words, July data. So the data goes up to June 30th. And in displaying this data, we wanted to explain how much change happened during that period. And we had to compare the same time last year to identify the changes, increases, decreases, or any quantitative data. So we looked at months of data, collected them, and the collection indicators, PV, UV, the general indicators that you all know, as well as specific service-oriented indicators. So we asked into what those are, learned what they mean, to identify their potential impact on COVID-19. So we collected them and put them together, and we used time series. So it was dependent on time progression. Mr. Zhang earlier showed a time series analysis in his graphs in the presentation. So we decided to go with the time series classification method, and we also wanted to compare YOY, in other words, March of this year vis-a-vis March of last year, and also a month-over-month comparison is another category. So we wanted to show the data using these different indicators. And rather than look at the whole data wholesale, we wanted to see how much the data has changed and also the distribution of the trigger. So the change we wanted to manifest in the form of percentage changes. But COVID-19 isn't a one-off event. So the point of change, in other words, a time of change, pre-COVID-19, post-COVID-19, it was very difficult to determine that dividing line between pre and post. So that zeroing in point was very difficult to identify. So we decided to go with the first week of January as a reference starting point. And so we collected data, carried out the analysis on it to come up with an effective and efficient way to display or convey this data. We wanted to make it a timely process, so we went with online platform and issued it or published it through our policy team's online platform Brunch, and combined that with TTS. That was a part of our publication plan. I'll go into details on TTS later on, and it hasn't been published yet. But in the 10th occasion, there's a Korean version and an English version PDF files that were attached together so that one could download all of this to offer a more comprehensive general tool to users. So online branch, TTS, and PDF, these three-pillar strategy was part of our data conveyance strategy. So to date, we're at level 4 through our policy industry research blog. The white paper is being published on a weekly basis, so in 1-week intervals. Now, I'll give you a glance into what is covered in the white paper later on. But after brunch, we launched a TTS, another service that we added, as I just mentioned. We also discussed whether to publish this in print media. Idea that came was a braille form. It should be beneficial to not just a segment of the population, but for everybody in the public. So certain segments should not have access problems. We understand it's challenging to embrace all members of the population, but those with disabilities or restrictions for easy access to this information or data, we thought of coming up with a Braille book. But as we went online, in place of Braille, we decided to go with a voice recognition engine on our Kakao platform. Now, people have experienced voice recognition technology before, so it's nothing new. You would record your voice, go through a computer program, it will be converted into text. Or reversely, a text will be converted into voice signals. So the text on our brunch platform will be converted into voice upon recognition and create an MP3 file. So this service is already available, so we use that so that people could not only read the white paper but also listen to the white paper. Now we prepare the TTS to target those who had access restrictions. But when we uploaded this MP3 file on our branch platform, we noticed that it became very popular among actually a broader segment because there are those who did not have really access problems but was too lazy to read, and actually it was better for them to just listen and to somebody reading out this text for them. And again, I mentioned time series data within Brent. The data collection happened in 2019, January. When we're trying to create a graph, time series with the data from January of 2019 and receive review and feedback from other people. And COVID-19 was actually in progression. It was skewed to the right hand. So the change in that realm was not very clearly visible. So we collected the data and created a graph. It was a very difficult, tough task. But because of that feedback, we removed that 2019 data and to make the graph more visible. And you recall the super confirmed patient number 31 and also another turning point, the Itaewon cluster infection. So these important milestones, so to speak, or turning points were also identified in this graph so that people looking at this graph were able to see what sort of events or turning points happened when and where. And for your information, after our white paper was issued, a lot of the media organizations showed great interest and reported about Kakao's white paper. And among the articles on Kakao's white paper, one of the most frequently cited one was this graph. Has to do with the method of expression and has to do with the increase or proliferation of COVID-19 virus over this period. And the YOY comparison to see what change happened this time compared to last year. Well, it was a YOY graph that we created, and we looked at Kakao's send a gift function to identify how the situation changed from last March up until March of this year, and how the graph changed in form. For the send a gift graph wasn't displayed in a time series format because the send a gift function specifically is actually time sensitive or period sensitive because in certain months people send a lot of gifts, and in certain months people send less gifts. So I believe that it will be more beneficial to show the same period of last year. So a YOY graph was created for send a gift service data. And I also looked at a monthly change, how much change took place in February, how much change took place in March. And there are other forms of data visualization work that we've done, but it's largely these three that are the major ones. And the area that we focused on in all of these three types was this. No matter who would read this, that person would be able to intuitively understand the change and also understand the meaning underlying this change. So we wanted to make the visualization as simply understandable as much as possible. So I think I'm running out of time, so I'll go on rather quickly. Let me just give you examples of the three types brunch that I just mentioned. Okay, well, in phase one, we looked at what changes happened since COVID-19. We used keywords and it was an introduction. That was part one of our white paper. Okay, this is a change in KakaoTalk's transmission and reception rates, and with social distancing being extended, we looked at how much face talk increased or decreased. We displayed that in a time series format. And in part two of white paper, people will stay at home longer hours, and we started to look at how their daily lifestyles will change. We know that there's a music service called Balance Service. So people tend to stay at home longer and spend more time using balance services, indicating that they spend much of their days listening to music. So the number of people listening to music once or twice or 1 or 2 days a week diminished, whereas those who listen to music every day throughout the week increased. And Melon and other media services have a common denominator. Until 9 a.m., usage rate would steadily grow. And what's in the red box is zoomed in on the right-hand side. After a person goes to work, after 9 o'clock a.m., the usage rate, the growth rate starts to slow. So this is still the early phase of a COVID-19 pandemic. Some people were not staying at home all that much compared to later months. So compared to February, March, April, and May, you notice that the graph is showing a higher slope. In other words, they're staying at home more often. And most schools, they converted their teaching platform to online. So during this period, if you look at Mela, you notice that there's a very clear change. So there's a generational depiction or generational insight as to how different age groups spend their stay-at-home time. Now, Kakao page data was used for these graphs. What's gray here is January 2019, still winter vacation season for school children. And in April 2020, compared to March and April of 2019, they show a different lifestyle. Before going to school, before going to work, media consumption was higher during the vacation months. Then when they go to work or school, it starts to go down. But this blue graph line is March and April of this year. So compared to the gray line of 2019, you'll notice that you see that typical trend shown during vacation times. Our social media sites, including Brent and others, you'll notice that digital prosumers are increasingly active, so there's more usage rate going up. And we looked at send a gift data to try to uncover what these people did at home. A lot of the gifts that were previously sent in the form of movie tickets or whatnot, or concert tickets went down, while interior decoration items actually went up. So if you look at what gifts were sent during this period, we can pretty much get an insight into what these people did at home. So a lot of that had to do with home interior products, DIY. Horticultural products saw the greatest growth rate during this period. And horticultural home interior goods grew by over 200% in the month of March alone. So they want to decorate their homes more often. Interest in home interior and decoration grew during this period as they stayed at home in longer hours. And because of these prolonged at-home hours, they wanted to entertain themselves. So home training products, board games, puzzles you see on this graph. There's also game-related or entertainment products that grew phenomenally. Some even grew by over 500, 700%. And probably heard this quite often. One of the buzzwords during the COVID-19 period was home training. There's a Kakao VX smart home training tool. And we looked at the data to discover that usage consistently grew over the months. There were some interesting findings from this. For example, home interior, home decorating started to grow at a rapid pace in April and May compared to the early stages. And those who started to stay at home longer hours, and those who are not able to stay at home with comfort, who are stir crazy, purchase these entertainment products from the outset. And I think this could be a new normal in our society going forward. That is what these graphs would offer as insight. And in number 4, we use the data and map data to identify increase or decreases in traffic. We looked at the percentage change of that. This is our Kakao T taxi data. After February, taxi utilization rate plunged, then rebounded to steadily recover. And also other public transit plunged in this period. Then after a big dip in late February, started to rebound. But many people say that the roads are even more congested since COVID-19. So we looked at the Kakao navigation data. So in the early part of COVID-19, people did not use our app a lot often, but come excursion time in May or April, we noticed that people went outside or traveled using public transportation or taxis even more often compared to previous years. And many people predict that people travel alone, so single-person vehicles. I predict that as well. What you see on the right is bicycle usage. It shot up. And what you see on the left, however, is traveling on foot. It diminished and is yet to recover, and we're trying to figure out what the reason behind that is. Okay, so until last week, we've issued part 4 of white paper, and in part 5, we want to use app and mobile data to a greater extent to identify which places were more frequently visited or less frequently visited. We want to categorize that, and if part 5 is issued this coming Friday, you'll be able to look into the details. I wanted to give you a heads up as to what we included in part 6 and part 10, but I don't want to become a spoiler, so please brace yourself to get greater insight using our abundant data in future editions of Kakao's white paper. Now, I'm preparing this presentation introducing this topic to you. I mentioned earlier that it is indeed tedious manual labor. It's endless rut of collecting and analyzing data. Yet, I realize that there's still a lot of challenges still that have to be overcome. First of all, we still want to make this data, understand them in a more intuitive manner, to show this data, to convey that not to convey the fact that it's not the magnitude of the change that's important, but rather the significance or the meaning or implication of that change would be more important. And other institutions, other organizations could make use of our data. And likewise, we internally could use this data for our internal development and our community development. We want to make a contribution to give you highlights or insights into what changes are taking place and what the new normal is turning out to look like. So Kakao being part of this task for the joint prosperity of Kakao and our community. We are continuing to address this challenge as part of our mission. So this is the progress update of Kakao white paper. And by the end of this year, we believe that we will be able to release the final part 10 of our white paper. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, that was a presentation from Dr. Jae-kwon Jung. Now, Kakao Mobility reports are issued annually, but this project, I think, is much more extensive of a greater magnitude. You are seasoned in data collection, data analysis, but even for an expert like you, you've encountered some challenges at the outset because of such a huge project utilizing a lot of data. And I think this is a story that applies to anybody, and they could learn from your experience and benchmark Kakao's project. Okay, we've covered some presentations in the morning hours, and we're running quite behind schedule, so we ask for your understanding. So with that, I'll just ask you one more question. Okay, Kakao is set to complete the project by the end of this year. Organizations that use data from other telecom organizations could also disclose the data after converting them to different formats or using non-identifiable data so that the larger community or the public could be able to take advantage or make use of that. Do you have any intentions of disclosing such types of refined data? Well, what sort of data to disclose, in what manner? Well, we don't have a detailed plan on that topic per se yet, but as I mentioned at the outset, the non-identifiable data or information, we should process them and relay that information to our community. I don't want to speak on behalf of all other companies, but at least we believe that this is one of Kakao's corporate social responsibility. And as part of that, Kakao's white paper was aligned in terms of the necessity to process the data and share with the larger community. So we want to carry on this mission in the future as well. There's personal information and privacy related matters that have to be reviewed in implementing this, I would assume. And Dr. Chung mentioned this in his presentation earlier briefly, but here in Korea, there hasn't been a sensitive issue that has been brought up, but the method or process of disclosing such data could be a very popular topic or interesting topic for future data journalism conferences. Now, Dr. Jung works at a company that has huge amounts of data, and it's part of their corporate social responsibility to diagnose social phenomenon, to be able to investigate the changes and transformations that transpire in our society. I think it was a wonderful occasion to gain greater insight on the topic. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Jung. Okay, once again, we ask for your understanding. Apologies for the delay in the programming. We have more sessions prepared to begin at 1 o'clock to be moderated by Sergey Jung of MBC. Our lunch period is very short. Lunchtime is not very long, but we'll take a short break, and I'll see you again at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Chang Sil-gi. I'm a reporter with MBC. I'll be moderating the post-lunch session, the afternoon session. And along with many participants, I have come to this session hoping to glean a lot more information and lessons from data journalism. And there are some famous names on the lineup of speakers who will be giving us a lot of information on various technologies that are being developed for data journalism. If you have any questions or comments, please post them on YouTube, and we will try to deliver those questions, direct those questions to the speakers after their presentation. And so moving on to the first speaker in the afternoon session, from Global Fishing Watch, the senior data scientist, Mr. Park Jae-yoon. We have linked him on Zoom. Hello. Where are you logged on from? I'm in Paris. I'm living in Paris right now, so it's early in the morning here in Paris. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us online. So you are detecting via satellite the information or data on the illegal fishing and fishing activities, and you're trying to analyze this data. How long have you been doing this kind of work? How old is this organization, Global Fishing Watch?
17년, 18년 데이터를 중심으로 해서 이제 논문을 발표를 했고요.
We published a research paper based on data that we collected in 2017, 18, and we are continuing to monitor the same area and collect the same kind of data. So we use data, big data, and satellite imaging data.
전 세계에서 일어나는
And we try to analyze all of this data to monitor fishing activities around the world.
이용해서 전 세계 업의 이제 투명성 높이고
And we try to enhance the transparency of the fisheries industry around the world.
그런 투명성 높이고 활동의 중요성을 알리기 위해서
And to make further known the importance of such monitoring of fishery activities. So we are an NGO. And I'm sure a lot of people are curious about whether the data that you produce can be used by data journalists. Yes, that would be possible. We provide free of charge on our website our monitoring results,
그들도 다운받아서
and you can download the data that we provide
기자
for your investigative journalism or for your news coverage.
피싱이라고 하니까 이제 어업만 이제 디텍트를 하는 것인지 아니면
So you are detecting and monitoring data related to fishing only, or fishing vessels as well?
정도의 이제 중대형 상업 어선들의 모니터링
There are small and large, medium to large sized 70,000 vessels that we are monitoring, and we are hoping, we have the goal of enlarging this, broadening this to all the fishing vessels around the world, and we are going to be providing that free of charge. We will continue to provide such information and data free of charge so that you can monitor on your own the fishing activities, the movement of the fishing vessels. You can visualize and find out where these vessels are, where they're moving, and how many hours they engage in fishing, and so on.
볼수 있으면 이제 어업의 그런 멸종이나 이런 것도 막을 수 있을 것 같은데요.
So with that kind of data, we can prevent the extinction of fishing resources, right? That's correct.
그거 활동에 대한 정보
Through this collaboration, we can exchange all this information multilaterally, and by providing this information to relevant authorities,
시민사회에서
civic groups, NGOs can utilize this to monitor fishing activities so that it becomes more sustainable. Fishing activities become more sustainable and more environmentally friendly.
그러면 이제
So that's the main client so to speak, that we are providing our services to. So you are collaborating with government authorities, with NGOs, with civil society, and so on, right? That's correct. We are collaborating with all kinds of stakeholders, especially close collaboration with governments. And information that we provide is provided and disclosed to all. It is made public for anyone. And you can actually download the data, so it's provided in an open source format. I'm sorry that I'm asking you such big questions. So what is the coronavirus, the COVID situation like in France, in Paris? It's not that good right now. The second wave of pandemic in Europe is, we're in the midst of that second wave. And also, it's different from country to country. We are going through another dark tunnel, I think. And you are working a lot with university students. And there are a lot of college students who are participating in the conference today, and they might not be very familiar with data analytics. So, what kind of training or did you receive in order to become a data scientist? I'm an engineer by training. And in Korea, I graduated from KAIST and then came to France to further my studies to do graduate studies, and did environmental engineering, studied environmental engineering and so on, and environmental technology and computer engineering. So I was shuttling between these two disciplines and trying to converge these two disciplines. And I worked with private companies, international NGOs, local civic groups, to think about how we can explore more ways to utilize utilize data analytics. And so I think you are saying that the domain knowledge is just as important as expert knowledge. Okay, so we'll move on to the recording of your lecture. Please welcome the lecturer with a round of applause. Hello. Thank you for inviting me to the Data Journalism Korea Conference 2020. My name is Park Jae-yoon. I'm a senior data scientist with Global Fishing Watch, and we are an NGO that is trying to monitor the fisheries industry. Korea, China, and Japan, and also Vietnam, and many other countries are included in the Asian region. So there are big fishing countries that are included in the Asian region. So the Asian region and the Asian waters are very important in fishing, in the global fishing industry, and we have done a research, and so the papers that we have already published in science journals have been made public, and so I'll be providing the links to the papers and the research results at the end of the presentation. And for today's presentation, I will be explaining the backdrop or the background to this research project and the monitoring project. And across the globe, we are providing visual maps to visualize the fishing activity information and data. And we are providing this free of charge to the public. So if you have internet connection, you can log on to our website and download data for your own research. Currently, we are monitoring the data that is coming out of about 70,000 fishing vessels around the world using AIS. automatic identification system. And in 10 years, we aim to broaden this, expand this to all the ships, at least 300,000 fishing vessels around the world, and monitor about 70% of the total global fisheries catch.
우선 이번 연구를 진행하게 된 배경과
So let me go into the background of our research project and the specifics or specific characteristics of the East Sea, these waters that was the subject of our research.
앞으로 밝혀낼 수 있는 시험 지역을 찾고 있었습니다.
We were looking for a test area where to do fishing monitoring. And as you know, the North Korean waters is where the place where bilateral cooperation or multilateral cooperation is lacking, and there were many disputes or territorial disputes over the waters, and there is a lot of illegal fishing going on in these waters. And so what we call the dark fleet problem, and this problem interferes with proper monitoring and analysis of the fishing activities. So, by dark fleet, I mean fishing vessels that are unmonitored, undocumented, or illegal. They're not authorized by the fishing authorities of the countries in the region.
장애물에도 선단의 활동을 과학적으로 밝혀낼 수 있다면
Despite the difficulties, because these dark fleets would be reluctant to provide information on their fishing activities, but despite these difficulties, if we were able to have collect more accurate information and data on these dark fleets and analyze this data, then we will contribute to the transparency, enhancing the transparency of fishing industry as a whole. So this is the situation that we focused on, the case that we focused on, the catch of flying squid.
아닙니다. 예를 들어 미국의 오징어 수입은 2018년도 8만 톤까지 증가했으며
And as you know, squid is one of the most popular types of seafood, not only in Korea and Japan, but also North Korea. And China is a big exporter of squid, and even the United States actually imports a lot of squid. And but the squid catch continued to decrease, and there was a shortage of squid, and so the squid prices skyrocketed.
그동안 제대로 확대 못한 이런 선단의
And there were a lot of illegal fishing of squid by North Korean in North Korean waters, and we wanted to monitor this issue and collect data. So about 1,000 illegal fishing vessels have been catching about 160,000 tons of squid, which is about 500 billion won worth. And that was all in North Korean waters. And you can ask the question, why is this kind of fishing considered illegal? According to the UN Security Council unanimously passed the resolution in 2017 to impose sanctions on North Korea. So violating these sanctions is a violation or breach of international laws. And in addition, if you are not authorized by the Chinese authorities to fish in the North Korean waters, then you will be breaking the domestic laws of the national laws of China. And also, if Chinese fishing vessels are illegally fishing in North Korean waters, the Chinese government has officially announced that they would be punished. So this kind of activity is against Chinese national law and against international laws governed by the UN. So these are undeniably illegal activities. Despite this kind of sanctions and penalties, there are hundreds of fishing vessels that start off from Chinese ports and pass through the Korean waters to go to North Korea, pass by the Korean Peninsula to go to North Korean waters to start fishing there, to fish there and then come back. We are experiencing some technical glitches, so maybe we can do a revision or a recap of what we've heard so far. There was a definition of the dark fleet and the collecting data on the dark fleets and analyzing this data. Yes. And we have been monitoring the methods of fishing in collaboration with the Coastal Guard. And one method is pair trawlers, where two large fishing vessels will have a net between them, and they will be trawling fish. And another method would be lighting vessels, where there are really huge vessels, fishing vessels with hundreds of lighting equipment to draw fish, to attract fish. And as you can see, these are mostly from China. As you know, historically, since 2004, China has been trading fishing rights with North Korea, and this lighting vessel is quite unique, and only China owns and operates such vessels with 4 cranes, with hundreds of lighting equipment attached. And this are distinguishable from satellites. So we use satellite imaging to spot and monitor the activities of such fishing vessels. And so these are the technologies that we use in monitoring and collecting data on such illegal fishing. And so although they can only produce fragmented results, if we synthesize the results of all these technologies, then we can have a more comprehensive picture of the illegal fishing. And so this kind of effort is unprecedented. This kind of scientific effort is unprecedented, and was possible thanks to collaboration among different partners, not only public authorities, but also satellite data companies like Planet. And so the partnership emphasizes all the more the importance of collaboration among different stakeholders. So let me provide you with some details about the technologies that we adopted. First of all, the high-resolution optical imagery. This kind of optical images offer the best visual proof of the vessel activity, especially pair trawlers. And then on the top right-hand corner, you have the technology of radar imagery, images that are not so much affected by weather or by clouds. And you can see that these pair trawlers are easily distinguishable, and you can see in the form of red lights all these pair trawlers that are moving on the waters in pairs. Yes, the Zoom connection is quite choppy and there is buffering, but we ask for your patience. And as I said, if you have any questions or comments, please upload them on YouTube, and we will gather these questions and comments and deliver it to the speaker at the end of the presentation. So we are experiencing some glitches and bumps because it's the first time that we are holding this conference online. We ask for your patience and understanding. This area is quite unfamiliar to me as well. You are talking about squid fishing vessels. I'm a lover of squid. I really like squid, and I think I'm quite interested in the topic that the speaker is dealing with. Once again, I ask for your patience, and we will try our best to prevent such errors from occurring from the next presentation onwards. Allow us to postpone this presentation and move on to the next presentation after we resolve this problem. The next speaker is data journalist An Hae-min from SBS.
So this will be presented by Mr. Hae-min An on what Min 6 law missed. You are all familiar with the Min 6 law. It addresses children's traffic safety. Now, Mr. An has an excellent track record in data analysis. I'm sure he has a lot of know-how to share with you. And we here at NBC, we have all our ears open and really greatly interested to hear what you have to say. Mr. An?
안녕하세요. 저는 SBS 데이터 저널리즘 팀에서
Good afternoon.
작가로 일을 하고 있는
I'm a data analyst working as a data journalist at SBS. As was just introduced,
들어섰을 때는
when the data journalism team was created at SBS, I was an intern. After my internship ended, I joined the team as a one employee and worked as a team member of the data journalist
제가 말씀드릴 거는
analysis team.
정보법이 놓친 것들이라는
Now, the topic of my presentation, as you can see here, says
판단에 대해서
what Min 6 laws missed.
있는데요. 이거 관련해 가지고
Because I wrote articles on senior or elderly traffic safety and children
설명을 드리도록
traffic safety. So I'd like to talk about what sort of technologies and what techniques were applied in the process. It's divided into three steps. First, intro. I'll describe why we decided to write this article.
테크와 메소드
And part two has to do with methods and tech.
테크 이야기를 해보려고
So in the main part of my presentation, I'll address these two topics, tech and method, in line with the session.
같이 준비했었던 아이템들인데요. 저희가
Now, these are items that we prepared together for on and offline. So
그 과정을 어떤 식으로 진행됐는지
I'm not here to brag as to how many items that we addressed. We wanted to show you a process of what's
일주일에 발제가 되었고
done
기사가
in order to come up with this.
일이었어요. 보통 저희가
Now, the article was written in June, and the first idea was brought forth 2 months earlier than that. It's a 2 months period. So it's actually a lengthy project because we don't usually take that much time to write or publish an article. Because why did it take so long? Well, it took a long time to gather and emulgate the data, and also there were some other ideas that were in progress, so we had to hold this in the middle and then resume later on.
데이터를 수집하기 위해 정보 공개
But we didn't suspend all activity during the whole period. We continued to collect the data and continued on with the project.
교통안전으로 시작.
And we began with children traffic safety, and then it was expanded further to include elderly traffic safety. So in this process, we held numerous meetings, and our analysis became more vast.
페이지를 가지고 왔는데요.
We use Notion Page used as the collaboration tool. It's free to college students. It's a free tool among college students and very popular, but we use this tool since the early part of last year at SBS team. We collect the data, share it on this platform, and hold meetings based upon the shared data in order to create more synergy through team meetings. So we're taking great advantage of this system.
본격적으로 메인 이야기를 해보려고 하는
Okay, now to cut to the chase, the main part, how we collected the data, what methodology we applied, how we analyze the data.
이거는 데이터 맵이라고 할 수 있겠는데요.
Now, this is a type of a data map to look at what sort of data we collected, how they're amalgamated to create an article. So this is an overview of the process.
하나하나 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'll go into details on each of these terms. First is TAS. This is the traffic accident analysis system that is managed by the road traffic division. You have the general DB and also the police DB. So all of the traffic data or traffic accident related information is in this comprehensive data. For the police DB is for those that were registered with the police stations. And for the integrated DB, it includes not only the police station but also insurers and all other traffic accident related data is in the integrated DB. So it is a very comprehensive system. So that's why we benefited from this system greatly. And we looked at traffic accidents among children, especially in the school zone. That was the focus of our article. But unfortunately, this extensive database, the integrated database, did not have sufficient children's school zone data, so we were semi-forced to resort to the police DB. So we will get this kind of data. We would inquire into such data into the DB and be able to download. You see the time of the accident, the location of the accident is all in this sheet, and where it's a minor accident or a fatal accident. There's also data on what law was breached, the type of accident, what was the inflictor. You get very meticulous detailed data. So we downloaded this data for further analysis. So it's very detailed and specific. And they also offer location data in the form of a map. If you go into test GIS location information, this is the type of data you get. If you log in and search 2019 children traffic accident, it's the kind of map you would get. But if you look at the location data, you notice that it says none. It's not disclosed. So TESS offers GIS services, but location services in terms of latitude and longitude is not disclosed. I even call the organization only to receive an answer that this information cannot be provided. So they actually wanted us to make use of the data. So what our team did was the following. We looked at the data we downloaded earlier that I showed in the previous slide, and we plotted every single location because we needed that location data to carry out the analysis on the data to come up with more semantically significant information. So we looked at the data and identified the location data. All of the team members came together to mark every single point. And what we did after that was we looked at the public information portal and requested information sharing. Now, in the public data portal, we were able to find the data that we wanted, so it wasn't a big challenge for us in accessing the data. What you see here is the children's safety zone standard data. We needed the location information for school zones. So when we searched here, there was standard data, so that was a big relief for us. But we wanted location data specifically. So luckily, there was an API, latitude and longitude information that can be disclosed, so we downloaded that. And additionally, we looked at the Seoul City's active population data. So children's school zone or elderly silver zones were the focus of our research. So this would have to be installed in places where children roam around a lot and also where the elderly frequently visit. So we needed the locations of the school zones and or where children go often or elderly go often. So this data was provided to us by the Seoul City resource section. We looked at the total population, where they are heavily located, and also the elderly population, and plotted them in the map. So the data is very abundant, so we needed to filter that using the R program, and we utilized unit regions. And in this map, as every little polygon is a tally unit. Now, this is the smallest unit provided by the National Statistics Office. So in other words, this is the reference in coming up with statistical analysis. So using this tally unit, we're able to analyze the active population within the city of Seoul and populated that here. So what you see here on this map, closer to red means heavy population, and closer to blue means it's sporadically populated in terms of active population. And this is the data that we received through request. It was data on illegal parking. Now, during the Minsk law legislation process, a big issue had to do with this. There are a lot of illegally parked vehicles in the school zones, and even if you abide by traffic regulations, drivers are not able to respond quickly to children who dart out of nowhere between illegally parked vehicles. That is why we requested information on illegally parked vehicles as well. Notice that the total number here is 11.2 million cases. Way too much for us to take advantage of or to utilize every one of them. So we looked at those areas where little children, elementary school children and kindergarten children would go more often. So we filtered that data to be more specific. And the function that we used, if we use our program, we use string text or was it GREPL? So we utilize functions that could express this in a normal distribution. So we looked at the data that will be applicable using this function given the larger illegal parking data. And with that, we populated our data map once again to further build upon that. There are two different types of location data and active population data. And for location information, we plotted them ourselves. For school zone, we got that from Seoul City, and also Seoul City's active population data, we got that from Seoul City. So using these three pillars as a data sources and data foundation, we carried out the project. So what did we do? We compiled these three. Children's active population data, children's traffic accident location data, and children's safety zone location data. So we converse all of these together. Now this is a GIS, a location-based system. There is an open source free program called QGIS. Of course, there are more expensive programs like ArcGIS that offer more functions and creating more data insights. But QGIS was also sufficient for us in order to undertake our task. So we put them on top of this map and identify tally units with no school zones. Okay, so we marked different tally units on the map and then checked whether school zone existed or not. And we filtered out those non-existent school zones and then looked into whether children traffic accidents occurred. And that's the result that we got. Traffic accidents that happened once, 416 locations. Traffic accidents that happened twice, there were 17 altogether. You'll notice that there's a blind spot that doesn't cover the entire territory of Seoul. But there are some shortcomings to this approach and methodology. Because school zone location data is a longitude and latitude dot data. So a school zone, as the term says, is a zone. It incorporates a circle with a radius of 300 meters. So that larger area is a school zone, but we had to utilize dots or spots. So there was some sort of inconsistency or discrepancy between the two. So to address that criticism, we created buffers. This can be done through QGIS. If you Google it, you'll get more information on that. So within a 100-meter radius or 300-meter radius, we created a buffer, and those tally spots that were not part of these buffers are the real areas with no school zones. There's Shinjeongdong number 6 and Shinjeongdong number 7 that did not have school zones. And likely, we applied the same methodology and system to elderly production areas and location information. We got business sector data from Seoul, or not Seoul City, but actually the Ministry of Interior and Safety. This is the licensing data for different businesses on 191 types of business areas. For example, using this data, you could get information on where
이런 식으로
the
민감한
clinics are
부분을
located, where
그래서
the
그
pharmacy is
인터넷
located,
프로그램에 한번 뿌려봤죠.
for example. So we got that and populated that on a
그래서 노인
GIS
교통사고가
program.
어느 가게 근처에서 많이 발생했을까?
So elderly traffic accidents occur where most frequently, in which business
이렇게 뭐
sector?
병원, 의원,
We filtered out
공무원, 안경원
to
등을
hospitals and
추려서
clinics,
추가로
opticians,
통상사고를
and
더해봤습니다.
we added open air markets
이
and public
과정에
parking lots.
어떤 해보자라고
We decided to come up with this idea on identifying the zones depending on the business sectors because it's a very tedious process. We plotted every single spot on the map, and having discussed this with interns and other team members,
느껴지거든요.
you get an intuitive feeling that it happens very frequently closer to Oriental clinics.
라는 식으로 바로 뛰어들 수도 있지만 그런
So this
작업이라고 해서
naturally required very tedious
일종의 데이터를
and arduous plotting process because the tougher the process is,
라고 이야기를 드리고
it will bring more meaningful insight
그래서 노인교통사고가
to
후보 업종을 추려서 분석을
identifying the result that we were aiming for. So we filtered it, and as we had expected, number one was the open air markets.
교통사고가 난 업체의 비율을 살펴봤더니
We also looked at the share of traffic accidents among elderly and what traffic accidents occur within a 100-meter
독특하게도
radius. Now,
4.4%가 나왔습니다.
open air markets were the highest at 42.4%, clinics 36.1%, oriental clinics 36.7%, and opticians 34.9%.
그리고 이제 어쨌든 이렇게
So a total of 286 spots were identified, 836 spots were identified as blind spots within silver zones.
저희가 방송사다 보니까
So we are a news broadcast organization.
내용을 바탕으로 현장에서의 그 모습을 담아내려고 노력을
So we
했고
wanted to analyze the data and incorporate that into real life story. And there's a lot of information there. We wanted to utilize CG technology as much as possible. And for web articles, we wanted diverse and in-depth data analysis results as much as possible.
발생했었던 것 중에 저희가
And another project that our team did,
있는데 그 뉴스레터에서
so there's a newsletter that we issue dealing with children and elderly traffic accident.
독자들에게 등록을
We
하도록
incorporated this to send to our readership.
지금 여기에 올라와 있는 CG 같은 경우에는
Now the CG
프로그램으로 만든 겁니다. 따로
catches here were created through RPM
에디팅을 거치지 않고
without any illustration editing. These are graphics
뭐 R을 자주
created
사용하는
from RPM only. If you use R's quite often, or if you're interested in data journalism,
톡톡이라고
you probably heard this. BBC
BBC에서
disclosed its BBC Visual and Data Journalism Cookbook for our graphics.
만들었다라는
It identifies the codes that show how BBC created the visuals, and we at our team created our distinctly
따로 디자이너에게 추가 작업을
unique
거치지 않고 혹은
visualization graphs using their framework.
수정하면 되겠다.
And we receive comments and feedbacks
하면 되기 때문에 굉장히
to update some of the different areas here. So it was very useful in dividing up the labor and also reducing the
이걸로
time it would take to do the job.
SBS 데이터 저널리즘 팀 발표를 마치려고
Okay,
하는데
now this is a presentation that was prepared by our SBS data journalism team.
테크닉과 메소드
Well, this session has to do with tech and method, but I believe that the most important thing is collaboration. I would like to end on that note because data journalism, of course, involves an excellent individual, but most of the work involves great teamwork because each individual has different roles and we have to understand what different functions and different areas are all about. And you need the technology as part of the team play for real data journalism
여기에 적혀 있는
to take action. And the people you see here are people who contributed to the creation of the article. There are many others that are not listed here, but we shared our ideas together and engaged in extensive discussions to create the article. So before I close, I'd like to extend special thanks to these people to wrap up my presentation. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, that's an excellent presentation. It's very interesting. And your slides are also very, very interesting and very neatly arranged. I have a personal question. If you look at the objective of SBS, CG, and the direction is very elaborate. In order to add CG to a video or a graphic, you would have to have the article completed well in advance, right? But here at MBS, our articles, we write them on the same day to be released a few hours later. So how quickly do you complete this? How long does it take for you to write an article, to do all the CG job? What is your process like, and what's the internal assessment on that? Well, if it's urgent, as you mentioned, there are a lot of same day work, but if it's a same day job, we're not able to spend a lot of effort and time on CGs. And based on our analysis and write an article, I think we spent about a week on the process and the ideas and the process, and engage in dialogue as to how to approach the CD, the perspective of the CG, where to place it, how to use it, what kind of CG to use. And it's my personal idea, but I previously worked in the New Media Bureau, and there the discussion had more leeway in terms of time compared to the report bureau. Yes, thank you for that. Since we're broadcast stations, broadcast what's on TV has to be the main part of your work. So I think you would have to often grapple with whether it's broadcast, TV, or internet. So which of the two would you place more focus on? Yes, was part of the new media, and I'm part of the report bureau. So the overall direction is towards broadcast. That's correct, but I think our different team members have different ideas because broadcast reports, the time is set, and also the grammatical rules and the formulas are already preset. But data journalism, compared to existing journalism, it's a long form with abundant data, and we always have to mull over whether it's possible to cover all of the data in a restricted time. Yes, if you look at the Mystics report, you'll notice that it's a very impressive piece of work. I think your team made great contributions in filling progress to data journalism. With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Ehmenan for his excellent presentation. Next, we'd like to move on to civil society. I'm sure you've heard of civic hackers. Civic hackers would work to deliver data and information that the public wants and needs. So the next presentation will talk about the story of COVID-19, Open Data Alliance, and public mask application made by civic hackers. I would like to invite Mr. Oh Yeon Kwon from Call for Korea.
Hello, that's how I look on screen, huh? I'm glad to meet you. Yes, COVID-19 is a big issue. It has been a big issue for months, and you have been responding. Civic hackers have been responding and providing a service by developing, together with the government, an API, getting the API to provide information on the which drugstores in which region has public masks in stock. So let us hear your story without any further ado. Hello, my name is Kwon Oh-hyun. I'm an organizer with Code for Korea. Today, I will be talking about a story that was created by the fellow civic hackers on developing the mobile application for to track the inventory of face masks in drugstores. I'm sure a lot of you have used that before, and so we're responsible for collecting the public data and information on public masks and developing this app for public mask inventory application. From the perspective of citizens, we wanted to provide information, data that was quite much more visual than the data that was provided by the government, which was mostly in text formats. So we provided this COVID-19 information map service. It was a map service that was provided by citizen hackers or civic hackers, and it was used actually by the disaster and safety headquarters, the central disaster safety headquarters, as their situation dashboard, and now it is used by the local government of Jeju. And a lot of the applications that are in use are developed and created by not by companies or by the government, but by individual civic hackers or civic developers, citizen developers. And another example of the service that civic hackers provided the public would be applications to track the inventory of face masks. This helped to stabilize the situation of a shortage of face masks. And thanks to the sold-out rates of face masks increased from 67.9% to 86.4% in just 1 week. So this increase in the sold-out rate means that the public has been effectively assisted in tracking and finding the drugstores that still had face masks in stock to buy those to purchase those face masks. So these apps contributed to stabilizing the face mask supply situation. And so media agencies, public agencies, and citizen developers all came together, and they have provided, and also media agencies, they have developed many different kinds of applications regarding face masks inventories. And the civic hackers came together, and in the short period of 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we developed a joint response to and developed this face mask inventory application. So we started our effort on the 24th of February, and we were able to launch the developed application in about 2 weeks by the 11th of March, all at the same time. And so developing getting the API and developing the application and then opening the data were all possible within this short time period. And looking back on the beginning stages, the government was relatively quite quick in opening relevant data and information, disclosing information. And the government focused on visualization of this public data. So the data was made public and it was visualized. But the problem is that it was difficult to reuse this data. But there were people who made use of this data to come up with applications or provide services on movement, population movement, and spread maps, and so on. And so we contacted such very capable developers and asked, how were you able to get all this data? So some of the answers were quite interesting. There were some hackers or developers who actually manually visited all the government websites and gleaned all that information and then coded that information manually. And then there were some people who used data crawlers. So in the beginning, the open API was not available, so each individual civic hacker or developer were working individually or separately to develop their own applications. So we felt the need for a more collective effort. So we sent mails to dozens of civic hackers, and some of them responded. So we came together and we decided to call ourselves the COVID-19 Public Data Joint Response Team. And we drew up a proposal that we sent to the government. And this is the back. If you look at the proposal that we sent to the government, first of all, we explained the backdrop to our proposal, that we wanted to cooperate with the government in providing useful and much needed information to the public as quickly as possible. And we also stated in the proposal the principles that we should be adhering to, such as nimbleness and also preemptiveness and so on. And the data is provided in many different formats by different local governments, and so there is no standard. And so this means that there's a lot of manual work that needs to be done by the civic hackers. So we explained that problem. And we stated what the specifications for the kind of data we need from the government, and the kind of data that we wanted, such as the places, the venues that were disinfected, and the routes of movement, and so on. And the location of these disinfected venues, where the measures were being implemented, disease prevention measures were being implemented, and so on. And we had the feeling that there would be a shortage of face masks, public masks. So we said that in preparation for that, we asked for to open up the API to us. And so we also asked for other information and data, many different kinds of data, and we also emphasize that we need the data to be much more standardized. And a more preemptive opening up or disclosure of data from the government side would be very helpful. We emphasize that again. And we not only just wrote up this proposal, but we also specified the properties of the data that we needed from the government. And all this was included in the proposal. And we also provided examples in Excel file format, so that the government could easily understand what it is we needed from them. And we also uploaded this proposal on Gwanghwamun First Avenue, that is the government website. And we also sent the proposal to people that government officials that we knew personally. And through that, we went through 2 weeks of activities to come up with the face mask inventory application. And we were able to move this rapidly because we had the experience of working with civic hackers in Japan, in Taiwan, in Hong Kong. So we had an East Asia Civic Hackers conference where we exchanged information and experience, and we learned from one another. And one thing that that was quite useful that we learned was from our Taiwanese colleagues, where they shared with us information about how the Taiwanese government had developed and provided to the public a real-time face mask inventory application. And so we thought that this kind of, we had quite a clear idea of what kind of data, in what kind of format we would be needing if we had to develop face mask inventory application in the face of face mask shortages. And so this face mask shortage became a reality. And so we saw on the media that the government was going to take control, and that public rationing of face masks would become a reality, and this kind of system would be rationing system would be established. And the government announced that from the 6th of March, public mask sales system will be put in place and launched. And so we had a deadline that had been clearly set. And so we rushed to develop the application that we could provide to the public. And it was all this happened after we had sent the proposal to the government. And so the government had received the proposal, and so they requested that the National Information Society Agency, a public agency, NIA, work with the civic hackers who had sent the proposal and to develop the face mask inventory application. So these the inventory API was provided to us by NIA. It was shared, first of all, in the form of memos, and we shared the specifications, and we started developing. So from the 6th of March, when the government said that it would announce that it would disclose the face mask inventory API, we sent out an open invitation for developers, citizen developers, to participate in developing the applications, and about 100 civic hackers responded immediately, and about 200 joined forces to come up with guidelines for developing many different applications. And because there were some frequently asked questions, in order to alleviate any confusion or and for the sake of efficiency, we came up with these guidelines for developing the application, for participating in our civic hacker community, and how to make use of the API provided by the government, and how we can rapidly distribute the application. And some of the high tech companies like Naver were providing free of charge cloud servers for us civic hackers. So we provided guidelines on how we could utilize such cloud servers. So the public agencies that were collaborating with us, as well as tech companies and the civic hackers ourselves, from Friday, 6th of March to Sunday, 8th of March. So over the weekend, more than 200 people came together, and we were using chat applications to collaborate with one another and doing tests, conducting tests to develop all our applications. And so that is the way we spent that weekend, that fateful weekend. And I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday when the government officially announced that the face mask inventory applications will be released on the 11th of March. So we were on standby, and we released it as announced by the government on the 11th of March. All the applications, face mask applications, inventory applications that we had developed. And this is some of the data. In just one day, on the launching date, 11th of March, there were 90 million calls on that day, and a maximum of 7 million calls in 1 hour. The data servers were provided by big tech companies, but the countless face mask inventory applications themselves were developed and provided to the public by the civic hackers. And these applications were in high demand, and despite the huge traffic, because of the big tech companies' cooperation and provision of data cloud services, the services were provided in a quite stable manner. So although it was the first day, the applications were all serviced quite stably. And this is one example of the application that was developed by the civic hackers. And some of the questions that a common question that we civic hackers were asked was, why didn't you work with advertisers? Why don't you have online advertising on your applications? We said that we were funding all these development out of our own pockets because we didn't want advertising to interfere with or distort the original purpose of developing these applications. So this was how we worked over a very short period of time, just over a few days, to come up with all these face mask inventory apps to provide to the public. So to summarize that, the timeline, we sent out our proposal to the government on the 25th of February, and the government on the 5th of March actually, as part of the response to our proposal, announced that there would be public mask sales. A rationing system would be starting, and so one day after that announcement, we started the collaborative project, with the government providing us with the API, and we started developing our applications at the same time. We were all strangers to one another when we first began, and so we didn't know each other, but we still came together online to develop our applications over the weekend, one weekend. And it was the first time for the government and civic hackers and developers to come together to collaborate on one project. It was quite successful. And anyone could participate. So someone who was working in a company, even middle school students or high school students, they could all join the effort. It was almost like a hackathon. So it was a shared experience where government people, civil servants, and citizens, and young people, tech companies, they were all collaborating for one single common goal. And it was a very positive experience, especially for us civic hackers. And I think everyone, all the stakeholders, both citizens and government officials alike, really felt the importance of information sharing. So the citizen and civic hackers, they will be providing, the drugstores will be providing real-time data on the face masks in stock, and this will be delivered to the government, and the government will be providing to the citizens and to the public data that on the face mask inventory and the API for that, and this data would be reliable, and the private companies will be providing API and cloud services and such stable infrastructure, and the civic hackers would respond very quickly and contribute to the rapid spread of the relevant applications. And all these participants played their own roles very well. So it was a very important and invaluable experience that we had together. And this collective effort is very important, especially in the era of a pandemic. Such rapid response is very, very important. And so the government has to provide information and API real time, and the civic hackers have to utilize that information to come up with actual services needed by the public as quickly as possible. And so setting up such a stage or providing the playground for civic hackers to work in or play in to provide these services was very important. This is a very important role that the government has to play. And as we succeeded in this project, as our sense of self-efficacy continues to grow, as we meet these challenges and succeed in overcoming the challenges, then this would lead to even more efforts and more commitment to solve other social issues as well and overcome even more challenges together. So if we can really experience how real collaboration and real public-private cooperation, and then we can create an environment of mutual confidence among the stakeholders. And this kind of confidence, mutual confidence, and sense of efficacy will be even more needed in this era of the new normal. And we wanted to take this one step further. And so the COVID-19 Public Data Joint Response Team wanted to go on to help resolve other social issues and challenges using our technical capacities. And so to this end, we created this organization called Code for Korea. And so we want to address important social problems. And this effort will be led by active civic hackers and developers. And we hope that our contribution to resolving social issues will grow in the future. So please take a look at our website. And also, this is our Slack. So I hope that you will continue to show us your interest and support. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to Code for Korea, an organization by civic hackers. Yes, hello. It's good to see you again online. Civic hackers might be an unfamiliar term. And actually disclosing information to the public about where there are face masks in stock, which drugstores still have face masks in stock. Well, the government should be providing that service, but citizen hackers were doing that job for no pay. So why did they do that? What was the what was the driver? And so can you describe that in more detail, civic hackers? Well, civic hackers, started becoming active and became more well known around the time when public data was provided to the public, disclosed to the public more actively and more expansively by the government. So Korea is a forerunner in that regard, where you can process data, and there are a lot of citizen developers or data scientists who actually can take the data provided by the government and visualize the data in a different way. And we call this civic hacking, because it was almost like hacking public websites of government. And if the government or the public agency is not providing the data in the format that we want, then we will create that format ourselves. Developing that and also publishing and releasing that could take at least a few months. But if a crowd of civic hackers can come together, then we can shorten that period. Yes, that was really moving. The story you shared about how civic hackers were working together with the government was quite moving. Yes, and you have made something that was that was almost impossible possible.
근데 이제 마스크 데이터 같은 경우는 일반 이거 실제로 사용하시는
The government provided information. The API is not as nice as we would like, but then maybe perhaps it was because the civic hackers were participating in this project. The face mask inventory applications were quite, and the API was quite pretty. The NIA, the Information Society Agency, worked really hard, and also we also worked hard, and we provided specifications about the kind of information or data that we wanted. So this was different from other countries, and other countries were doing it in a different way. And the Japanese hackers were also trying to do the same thing, but we were quite surprised.
제공했는데 그냥 서버를 그냥 좀 더 제공하자 뭐 이런 결론을 빠르게 내린다거나
Because of the quick decisions that the government was making at the NIA. They would provide the servers, and they were all for shortening the period or providing the API as quickly as possible and providing services, cloud services, as stably as possible. So everyone was committed to collaborating and more than willing to collaborate in making the process as efficient as possible so that we could reach our common goal, as quickly as possible. And I felt that people had already had in mind what would make this effort succeed, and they were all ready to make it succeed. And so when they all came together, all these ideas were being realized very, very quickly.
망했어요 이럴 수도 있는 상황이었거든요. 서버가 죽어버린다거나
Well, the project could have failed,
이유도 나올 수 있고 또
could have been a miserable flop,
사실 왜뭐 신입 개발자를 끼워가지고
and we could have, had a self-flogging session saying that we should have left it to the government and not stepped in. But thankfully, we succeeded, and it was because of our commitment and willingness to collaborate.
분들이 많고 그걸 반영할 수 있는
And so there were a lot of passionate people, both in the public and private sector, and among us as citizens. And I think that was what made this effort possible. Yes, you realized your potential, 200, 300%, and all these people contributed. Are you in Japan right now? Okay, that's correct. That's right.
좋은 활동 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yes, thank you. I hope that you will continue to work as a active civic hacker in the future. Thank you very much. We will go back to Park Jae-yoon's presentation from Global Fishing Watch. I'm sure you remember it, that presentation, and how it was cut short because of technical problems. So we will invite him to continue the presentation. So far, to recap, he introduced some methods for monitoring illegal fishing.
되는 것 같아서 이른 새벽이라고 하셨는데 죄송하지만 다시 한번 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
So we apologize for taking up too much of your time.
큰 근거를
So let's
조절하지 않고 모두가
go back to that presentation.
두 번째로는
Yes, so
방해라고 불리는 어선이고 이어서는
you have the pair crawlers that you can spot, trawlers that you can spot on radar images, and you have nighttime imaging. We can use nighttime imaging to track and spot the lighting vessels, where these are really bright because in like 700 light bulbs, that was as bright as a football stadium compared to 100 light bulbs on Korean legal fishing vessels. And you can see these lighting vessels, they have 4 cranes on board with hundreds of lighting equipment, and they are really huge, and it's only in China, and it's unique to China. So you can easily identify these vessels. And we made use of 4 different technologies to collect data on these illegal fishing vessels, the dark fleets. And the results would be fragmented data, but if you put the data together, you will be able to have a much better picture, get a much better picture of the activity, illegal dark fleet fishing activities. So this was an unprecedented effort. The first time that such a science-based and evidence-based monitoring was attempted. And so not only public agencies, but also private companies, satellite data companies such as Planet came together for this large-scale project. And this project highlighted all the more the importance of collaboration among different stakeholders for monitoring fishing activity. So let me introduce the the methodologies, the technologies that were used. First of all, optical imagery was used to spot the pair trawlers. And these pair trawlers were spotted or monitored through machine learning and using AI. And then secondly, we made use of radar images that are not so affected by weather conditions or clouds. And you can see the pair trawlers moving in pairs, and they are in the form of these red lights. And for lighting vessels, you can use nighttime imaging, since they use a lot of light bulbs on. They have a lot of light bulbs on board, about 700 lights on board a lighting vessel, as bright as a football stadium, compared to 100 light bulbs used by a squid catching angling boat used in Korea. And then the fourth method would be the AIS method. Although these vessels, although they are engaging in illegal fishing activity, they would be reluctant to send out any signals. They sometimes send out signals, and through that we could track the movement of these illegal fishing vessels, starting off from a Chinese port, going to fish in North Korean waters, and then going back to the Chinese port. And so we were able to extract information, new information, new data from these from the fishing vessels to extract meaningful data. And so we have amassed this kind of data from about 70,000 fishing vessels, and the catch from this total catch of these illegal fishing vessels amounted to about 160,000 tons and was worth about 500 billion won from 2017 to 2018. Although, admittedly, we were not able to find out whether all these fishing vessels were authorized or not, whether they were authorized or not. And then we also were monitoring small fishing vessels from North Korea. About 3,000 of these North Korean small vessels were fishing in Russian waters. They were crowded out by large commercial fishing vessels, and so they were going to Russian waters to fish. They were too small to compete with large-scale commercial vessels, since they were 10 to 20 meters long compared to 60-meter commercial vessels. So as you can see from this video, this is how dangerous these activities can be.
러시아 수역에서 조업 중인
So this is directly related to human rights risks. This is a North Korean fishing boat, which is
작은 소형 목선들이고
less than 20 meters.
5개에서 3개
And the fishing lights that they use is about less than 20, about 5 to maybe 15.
비교를 위해서
And to put the size of this fishing vessel, a small fishing vessel, in perspective, let me show you a video of a huge lighting vessel.
소형 복합 어선들과의 크기 차이를
So as you
비교해
can
보면
see the difference, in the size of the lighting vessel and the small fishing boats from North Korea.
네, 또한 동해 반대편 일본 해안에서는 매년
On the
수십여 개의
Japanese coast,
유령 어선들이 발견되고
on the opposite side from the East Sea, sometimes ghost fishing vessels are discovered. Most of them are severely damaged while they were adrift at sea, and some of them contain the remains or the dead bodies of fishermen.
신청이 많습니다.
And these fishermen and these fishing boats are from the fishing villages on the east coast in North Korea. And in 2018, there were over 200 such ghost vessels. And the fishing villages along the east coast, they are called widow villages because of the death rate of fishermen is so high. And so these are small North Korean fishing vessels that are fishing illegally in Russian waters, and they give rise to grave human rights issues because their very lives are at risk.
이번
Because of this, because of the lack of transparency in the fisheries industry, and this is all the more reason for the importance for us to have this kind of data analysis. And so the New York Times, CNN, and Le Figaro, and many other famous global media reported on the results of our research project once it was published.
어업 관리를 위해 더 많은 데이터와
And the project
정보를 점을 상기시키고 있습니다.
re-emphasized the need for more data and more evidence to support
이런 정보와
bilateral and multilateral cooperation in making the fisheries industry more transparent. And I believe that this will contribute to and assist in monitoring the situation and the fisheries industry, and also contribute to more sustainable fishing and the protection of marine resources.
이런 정부의 노력을
And this kind of data monitoring and analysis provided by Global Fishing Watch can contribute and assist the government in providing relevant data.
않은 것으로 나타났습니다. 2019년도에는
And ever since our research project results were launched, we continued our monitoring, and we found that this kind of illegal fishing activity did not decrease. So the same level continued in 2019, and as of June of 2020, we have seen about 600 illegal vessels conducting illegal fishing activities, and we will be providing the statistics and monitoring results for 2020 soon at the end of the year. And we need to put together scientific data using satellite imaging and many different cutting-edge technology, and we want to provide the service of data collection and analytics using the cutting-edge technologies that we have in place, and I'm sure that we can contribute to protecting marine resources for various governments in the region. As we near the end of my presentation, this is a slide on the reference material that you can make use of, the links to our research paper, and the translation, and so on. Yes, thank you. I will make sure to log on to the link. Thank you very much. We'll be inviting another researcher.
It's Mr. Ji-won Jung, a PhD candidate at the School of Computing at KAIST. Now at Naver portal, you notice the upvotes and downvotes, right? Now, Mr. Jung will talk about how we can trace or follow these upvotes and downvotes. I've done a PhD program myself, so I know that it's a heavy burden. It's either nothing and also everything, but Mr. Jung is soon to get his candidacy and get his degree, so let's listen to his presentation and welcome with a big hand. Good afternoon. I'm a PhD candidate at the School of Computing at KAIST. My name is Ji-won Jung. I'd like to analyze social issues based on data science from a neutral and objective perspective. Here as an audience, I noticed that it's very similar to investigative reporting. There were journalists and reporters who have presented earlier. The investigative reporter, they analyze and they write an article that's published a month or 2 months later. But myself, it took about 2 years to determine or fix an idea and come up with the paper. So it's a more lengthy and profound investigative reporting. So as Ms. Chang has introduced, now that's what I'm going to talk about, the identification and quantification of coordinated manipulation of upvotes and downvotes in major portal sites. Now let us look at news activity and commenting of Korea. Where do people get news here in Korea? Through portals. According to the Korea Press Foundation, they get their news from Naver and down portals. And you can't leave out comments when it comes to portal news. So in analyzing my topic, I noticed this trend. I collected all of the comments on the major portals on a monthly basis. About 1 million people write comments on portal sites, and if you look at the monthly trend, over 10 years, there's been a dramatic surge. And on a monthly basis today, about 15 million comments are posted. There are so many comments, we can't read all of it. So most of the users, then you look at the 2 or 3 comments that are on top, or at 10 at most. So the ones are at the top. How are they selected to that place? Well, first of all, there is the upvote and downvote method as a way of sorting, and Naver from 2015, they decided to go with upvotes, multiply the downvotes by 3 and subtract that from the upvotes. Not all comments are of equal force. Some become best comments because of high recommendations, but the smaller, lesser ones, the minority opinions, would have greater impact. So that is why people started to manipulate on a coordinated basis the upvotes and downvotes. That's actually the wrong recommendations of certain comments. So the coordinated manipulations are carried out by different interest groups. And if you look at different organizations, the level of discipline, first you have the semi-organized ones from the online community admonitions, and also the comment brigades, and also systematic macros. Now macro is also a very quick responsive group that operates in a very systematic manner, but they work with the same modus operandi. First, there's a request for comments on a certain article, and the members go read the article and click on upvotes and downvotes, and once that is completed, you get a biased article commenting form. Now, how would this affect the commenting system? There are about 3 different theories on this. First of all, comments themselves used as hints to public opinion and have an impact on the way people think. And because recommendations, non-recommendations are visible, those that are highly recommended tend to get greater support from the mass public, given human psychology. And the highly exposed comments are frequently exposed to a lot of users, and the downvotes become practically negligible or become invisible and silent in terms of its effect. So in order to quantitatively evaluate the comments,
목표는 첫째로 집단적인 댓글 추천, 비추천자들의 흔적을 규명하고 그것을 정량적으로 측정하는
we wanted to trace the mass comments in a quantitative manner and analyze and investigate the frequency of all articles of Neighbor Portal.
때 이러한 집단적인 댓글 활동이
When a certain event occurs, the collective commenting happens in large scale.
댓글 작업은 비밀스럽게 진행됩니다.
Most of the commenting, however, takes place secretly, so it's not visible to the average person. Of the many different types of comments, we looked at online communities to begin and collected data from there on. We looked at 3 online communities. The articles that were have leftist orientation, most of them used slang or argot. In other words, if someone said, "Let's go take a walk over here," that would link to a neighbor article, and you would have to click on upvote or downvote to that article or comment. And we found about 280 different types of leftist-oriented neighbor news. But this is only a tip of the iceberg because there's offline office works and also deleted requests and also Telegram, text exchanges. So there's a lot of the comments that are exchanged that cannot be observed from an outsider. So that is why we collected all of the neighbor news articles from these articles and those that held comments to it. We looked at the volume and the sheer number of such articles. Now, they first started sorting these articles based on upvotes and downvotes starting from 2013. So we looked at about 50,000 and also 50 million to get 7.4 billion recommendations and non-recommendations. Now this number is actually exposed, but who clicked what, when, it's not exposed data. So the upvotes and downvotes were not able to get behavioral data of the user. So that was a challenging part in our research process. We just had to look at the mere numbers of the upvotes and downvotes to come up with the conclusion on estimating group behavior. Now, let me talk about this graph for a few minutes before I move on. This is upvotes and downvotes, scattered distribution of a certain article or certain comment of a certain article. So one spot is one's comment, and the total population is the article. The x-axis is the number of upvotes, and the y-axis is the number of downvotes for that comment. And the diagonal line, the dotted line, this is a standard that Naver applied at this time. The upvotes minus 3 times downvotes equals 0 was the formula that they used. So the distance to the dot from this diagonal line would expose the level of recommendation or best comment will be located on the higher part, upper right part of this graph. Now there are some noticeable features in left-oriented articles here. If you look at this red part over here, I highly recommend it. High upvotes, but a lot of downvotes as well. So the end score was 0, so 0 comments. Now these comments in the end converge on 0. So you'd have to go flip through many pages and the comment section to be able to see that. But over here, we were not able to observe that kind of phenomenon. And not just a pair of incidents. If you look at the entire population of Naver News, the 0 comments was only found in the left-oriented articles. Now, for the mere reason that there are a lot of comments, could this be construed as a collective action? We think not. We wanted to gather more data to come up with a more quantitative analysis of the phenomenon. Now, collective action without user behavior analysis, where we looked at the definition of collective actions and commenting. Now, for individuals, they would visit the articles or the pages without a specific standard or order. Now, the collective ones, they would all converge together at a particular point in time. Okay, now coming back to our earlier graph, let's look at the zeroed comments indicated in red. Now, these comments had 300 upvotes and 100 downvotes. We don't know who clicked what when. However, this comment received a lot of upvotes and downvotes, meaning that it's been exposed to a lot of users and thereby being exposed on a lengthy time, listed on top of the best comments list. The 300 upvotes and the 100 downvotes, if they were clicked by individuals, in other words, if they were very evenly distributed by individuals, then it would click depending on the order of upvotes and downvotes. And if you conduct a simulation, it would look like the graph on the right. So the evenly distributed users would be mixed evenly. And if you click on upvotes and downvotes, the score on this article would always be very close to or converge on 0. Okay, so could this be a best comment for a prolonged period of time? Then how were they able to get so many different upvotes? But this comment, if they were clicked by a mass group, then this comment could be easily explained. First of all, a pro group would put a lot of upvotes and it would be put on the list, top of the list, and then with greater exposure, it would be subject to more downvotes, and then as it goes down the list, and that will explain the change in the movement of the comments. So it could be the masses that brought down the comment, or the public that has put the certain comment on the top of the list could be brought down by a certain group that is active on the internet upvotes and downvoting. But in either case, there was a collective manipulation or collective clicking activity by the users. I included an example of a zero comment. I looked at the weather news. I looked at 30,000 weather-related articles, and 0 articles were actually a handful, very minimal, almost negligible. I'll show you 2. This is an article saying that tomorrow's weather will be quite cold, and if you look at the zeroed comments, there is a collective action based on gender. Whether they're upvotes or downvotes, it's hard to determine from this, but there has been group manipulation of the upvotes and downvotes for this particular weather article. So this is an article saying that tomorrow's weather will be warm. Now, the zero comments are related to fine dust. So they want to incite anxiety or discomfort towards fine dust, or the intent to hide this potential environmental problem. You need more accounts to go up the ladder of the votes, and also you also need more accounts to bring that number of downvotes up as well. So with more recommendations, the zero comments will require greater mass manipulation as a collective activity. And if there are only 1 or 2 zero comments on a certain article, but if there are multiple comments, then that would be a clear evidence of a collective manipulation of comments attached to an article. Now, zero comments is potentially a strong candidate for evidence of group activities. So we defined it as such. It's 0 or less than 0. So there's a margin at the end. There's a slight margin, but even if it's slightly lower, higher than that, we define that as a 0 article. I mentioned that the number of zero comments in the article is important, and if the recommendation of votes is over K,
KN 0점 기사라고 정의했습니다.
if that exceeds N of the zeroed comment, there will be a KN article.
있기 때문에
And if there are 10 in a particular case, it will be 50, 10 zero comments. So there are zero comments with less than 50. There are 10 of those, so we could plot it as a coordinate 50, 10. So if that's a zero comments, we believe that there's a clear evidence of collective manipulation of comments data, and that amounts to 11,500 of a total number of 54 million articles in Naver portals. Now, this is a top 30 of the highly ranked articles.
이 그래프는 월별 랭킹 기사 중에서
This is a monthly ranked articles.
0점 기사의 비율을 그린 것인데요.
The share of zero comments with 50-10. Dominant trend here.
순으로 댓글을 정렬하기 시작했던 초반에는
In the early stages of
기사가 잘 나타나지 않지만
Naver sorting according to upvotes, the zero comments are not very noticeable, but as they adopted this policy of upvotes inflecting the popularity of the comments, you notice that there are dramatic changes in the chart. Okay, so this pattern does not change as the standard or criteria changes. And a few years ago, the upvotes and downvotes activities were strongly constrained by Naver, so you notice that it further declined later on. And there are also special null points with zero comments become very active in the Seoul ship accident and also various celebrity-related incidents, and also Chesunchil tablet PC incident. It went up, and also political articles found its way into the impeachment process, the presidential race, National Assembly hearings, North Korean nuclear testing, and ice hockey performance-related issues, so sports news. These are all milestones or points that create a surge in the commenting. Now, how are we to assess such comments? Is it a freedom of speech or manipulation of public opinion? I think we should use different benchmarks and parameters for on and offline, whether it's offline, whether it's collective or one person or a poster type of invitation. There's the form of protest or the method applied that is visible and observable, but it's not the case in online. The inherent property of an online activity is that it can be made secret. It's not very easily disclosed, even if the intention was not there. So I believe that the online commenting activities should be evaluated with more stringent and different criteria. And if there's intention to attempt fraud, we call that fake news. And if that's information in there, it's fake news. If there's opinion in there, it's called fake opinion.
우리나라에서 문제가 됐던 댓글 추천수 비추천수 조작은
Now the upvotes and downvotes manipulation
기도 같은 걸 조작하는 행위였는데 저는 이것을 페이크 컨센서스
is fake consensus because it's neither news nor opinion. It has to do with adjusting the upvotes and downvotes. It applies not just to articles, but also music charts, YouTube's visits, or also reviews on certain products. So this fake consensus, I believe, will become a very important critical issue here in Korea. And I think we should bring our heads together to come up with solutions to address this very important social problem. Well, this is pretty much the end of my presentation. This is my closing. In carrying out my research, I felt that Korean news portals are doing very well in different dimensions. I searched comments as part of my research. I looked at the news portals data of many other different countries, but I was not able to succeed because other countries, they did not disclose how the comments were being sorted, and the data and the article comments, they will be deleted after a certain period of time. For Japan Yahoo, for example, all of the comments are attached to an article is deleted after a week. And you can't even figure out which comment or what article was actually posted. But for Naver, you'll be able to search for articles and comments of a decade ago. That's all disclosed and offered to users. And another point I'd like to compliment is that when you want to change a comment structure, the portal would inform the users of the policies of how the comment structuring or the comment posting rules will change. So that's a good thing. I'd like to compliment the portals on that. And another point, there's a way to probe commenting, whether it's manipulation or not. It is not a dichotic structure. It is not completely individual, nor is it completely group manipulated. Somewhere in the middle, so our K and 0 articles. We're not saying that it is a clear-cut golden rule to determine whether it's manipulated or not. This is an indicator to estimate the degree of manipulation or group intervention in the comments attached to a certain article. Now, this was published in a YS journal. So those of interested in the topic, you could read my paper here. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Well, in a way, reporters are very sensitive to comments. And since some may want a lot of comments attached to their articles, but there are users who misunderstand some articles and whatnot, but you've come up with a great methodology to do further research on preventing misleading comments that are manipulated for certain articles. Now we have some questions, but it's very tricky questions. You said the total number of comments is 500 million. Yes, 500 million, that's a tremendous volume of comments. In the process of collecting, how did you store it? Which cloud did you use? How much did you spend in terms of money on this process? Because many people deal with how to store this in a database and how to pay for that process when they want to do research on data. But the data volume wasn't that big. We used less, about 10 terabytes. I use that as a storage device, storage area. And as to how to collect the comments, I think many of you have burning questions on that. I wish I could disclose the way I collected the data, but Naver and down portals to prevent excessive load on their servers would not be very accommodating, so that would actually back on me, so I don't want to disclose it. But if you're really interested in how this process is undertaken, I'll try to help you to the best extent possible. Okay, another question. Regardless of what language you use, as a data scientist, you may have felt that certain languages are better for crawling and whatnot. Yes, actually, I use different tools. I kept changing tools throughout. In the outset, I used R. Right now, I use Python. And I was just told today, this morning, that I can't use my personal laptop. I wanted to show you how I carry out the analysis, but I don't have the device with me right now. Showing data interactively, the results interactively is important, but the analytical process, if that is interactive, we believe that there's more insight to be gathered. So I use pandas database technique within Python, and also Plotly. There is also an interactive graph designing tool. A lot of college students, I think, tuned into your presentation, so you got this question. But we use R, Python, and Java here and there, so we visit different language, and at the end become a very versatile data scientist. So those who want to become part of data scientist or data journalism, if you're good at just one thing, even Microsoft Excel, that's perfectly fine. So, Mr. Jung, Dr. Jung To-bi, congratulations on your research endeavors and thank you for your presentation. I'd like to thank the four speakers that took part in part 2 on tech and method in data journalism. You shared very interesting insights. And I think the key word that cuts across all of these presentations is collaboration or cooperation. We hope that data science and data journalism will continue to cooperate and collaborate. I'll meet you in a short while as part of part 3 on cases of news coverage in data journalism. It will be a great
We will now move on to session 3, part 3 of the Data Journalism Korea Conference 2020. This is the most anticipated session for me on my part, and we'll be looking at cases of news coverage in data journalism and how far we have advanced in this area. We have 5 speakers lined up. If you have any questions or comments for these presentations, please post them online, and we will gather the questions and comments and deliver them to the speakers at the end of each presentation. We'll now introduce the first speaker in part 3. From Busan Daily News, which is a silent champion, I think. So the reporter Hwang Seok-ha from Busan Daily News will be showing us, giving us a presentation on data on the social illness called loneliness. So I'm quite curious about how this story plays out. And so please welcome reporter Hwang Seok-ha with a round of applause. Hello, I'm from Busan Daily News. I work in the digital contents team. My name is Hwang Seok-ha. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present at this conference. Before I begin, I would like to recall that 1 year ago, we participated in the KPF mentoring program. And so as part of the program, there were many lectures. Meaningful lectures were given by people from KPF on good exemplary cases of data journalism news coverage. And we were actually planning data journalism reporting project. And we were mulling over how we should go about this. And it was at that time that we attended the lecture and we gleaned many good ideas about the way forward for us for that particular project. So that's how we came about to cover the news or this news story of loneliness as a social disease. So let me describe that project. These are some of the articles that were covered by published by Busan Daily News over a period of about 5 days. This was last year. So unfortunately, it might not be that relevant right now because this is last year's news coverage. So it has no relation to the COVID-19 pandemic. It would have been even more quite relevant if it was published this year in the midst of the pandemic. This is the outline of my presentation, loneliness as a social disease, how we came to highlight this issue, how we covered the news, and we will be looking at the situation and statistics, sharing with you statistics by age and by region on this people suffering from loneliness, and looking at involuntary one-person households, and also showing you an overseas case study from the UK. Our purpose for planning and proceeding with this news coverage project recently in Busan, there was a psychological forensic results were published on the deaths of one-person households and people who had died alone from 2013 to 2017. And we found that there were over 40 neighbors in the city of Busan where there were more than 10 deaths in the same neighborhood, 10 suicides in the same neighborhood. So we went to investigate, and we talked with the neighbors there, the relatives of the people who had committed suicide. And we found that one of the most important driving factors was loneliness. The person who had committed suicide had been suffering from severe loneliness. And that was because of the destruction of community, sense of community, because of rapid social changes, and the families were disintegrating. And so this gave rise to increase of one-person households, people living alone. And so they were suffering from loneliness, and so they would either commit suicide or die lonely deaths, and it could also lead to crimes. And this is the situation that and Korea is not alone. Many countries all around the world are facing this problem. For example, in the UK, for the first time, the Minister for Loneliness was appointed in 2018, and in 2019, April of 2019, the Busan Council, City Council, actually passed laws, local laws on to prevent loneliness. And so this provided the backdrop to our news coverage or data journalism project on loneliness as a social disease. So we did some quantitative analysis, and we did a poll using a poll company, and the respondents said 1 out of 4 Busan citizens have felt loneliness quite often. And so about 19%, actually over 20% felt loneliness very often, and the people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and over 60, they all felt lonely. So it seems that loneliness does not discriminate age or region, and Professor Kim Do-eun from Arexprexia was the survey specialist that we worked with, the poll specialist that we worked with. And we conducted in-depth focused group interviews, and we had text format, the results of these interviews in text format. And Representative Kim, CEO Kim, said that actually we don't need that many people to participate in the interview, so we don't need that many interviewees in the in-depth FGI. So we interviewed about 30 people. Their age range was from the 20s to all the way till 70s, and they were at high risk of suicides. So we interviewed them over about 5 times to come up with this kind of data. This is the visuals that we came up with. It's a kind of network diagram that we came up with according to the results of the in-depth interviews. All these are nodes, and the bigger the node, the bigger the potential for this to be for these nodes to be factors leading to suicide or lonely deaths. This is the mind map for those in their 20s, people who work for companies, and soldiers, workplace, psychiatrists, and wrist and policies. Those were some of the keywords that would spark loneliness. And psychiatrists and wrist would be related. It would be quite psychological. It seems people are thinking of suicide reminiscent of mental problems. And policy is another keyword about how government policies could have an impact on lowering suicide rates. And so this is a picture of the mind map for the 20s, and we did the same kind of analysis for those in their 40s and 50s and also in their 60s. Mobile phone, contacts, phone calls, and hospital, welfare were some of the keywords. And those in their 40s and 60s, there's a lack of feeling of connection with other people, and that contributed to their magnifying their loneliness. And those in their 60s, over 60s, some of the keywords that could trigger thoughts of loneliness or feelings of loneliness would be stability, husband, because a lot of them were widowed, and men, or medical devices, programs, and so on. So, and we also did some surveys by region to look at how lonely the respondents were by region. So this is a survey with about 1,000 people, and the feeling of loneliness was highest in the district of Gangseo, the Gangseo-gu. A lot of migrant workers live there, and there is lack of social infrastructure. And so, although the real estate prices are low enough for the people to afford housing, and so a lot of people have migrated there, they are disappointed because the environment and infrastructure is so bad, and so that would lead to loneliness, because in the process of redevelopment there is a lot of conflict because of compensation, and all that has contributed to loneliness. And there is the original or old downtown and the new downtown in Busan. The old downtown used to be the most important region in the city of Busan, but now it is derelict and very badly, it has badly degenerated, and a lot of urban regeneration or redevelopment is going on. And so these houses are being all pulled down, and so they are told to evacuate, and so they are all dispersed, and so they don't no longer live with with their families, and so this could give rise to negative feelings. And one of the most vulnerable groups would be people living alone, so one-person households. And in Busan, there are over 543,000 one-person households, which make up about 36.5% of the total number of households. So this is a map that we've created based on the data that we received from the Busan metropolitan government. And so the green regions are where we have less one-person households, and the region in black is where there are the most number of one-person households. And Noksan-dong, which is in the Gangseo-gu, is a place where most of the respondents felt very lonely, and there is a very high rate of one-person households. So more than half of these one-person households say that they feel lonely. Of course, there are people who prefer to live alone. They are happy being single and living alone. But there are also a considerable number of people who live alone not of their own free will. So it's involuntary living alone. People who, senior citizens who live alone, or young people who cannot afford rent, so they live on rooftop one rooms, single rooms, or middle-aged or older people who have the high potential to die alone. But these people, they have social welfare workers who visit them frequently on a regular basis to check on them. But then there are a lot of people who have been forced to retire early before their retirement age, or they're divorced, or they live apart from their family, so they are suffering from loneliness, and they don't have any social connections anymore. So these people have the high potential, are at high risk of dying alone in the future. So those are the vulnerable groups that we focused on. So we really did move around a lot, and we did a lot of our footwork. And the more accurate and fuller and rich our data is, then the better the news reports would be. So we met with all these older people living alone, and there was one case where this grandpa had met reporters for the first time ever. So he became really long-winded and told his life story, and he was letting out all his sob stories, and he was reluctant to end the interview because it was the first time that he had people, young people, who was willing to listen to him. And so that was one case. And so these were some of the tenements and public tenements or single room where we visited these people living in these housing, very cheap housing, to interview them, and we even went to funerals. So we really did went to visit public tenement apartments, cell-like rooms that were rented room by room. Really poor people who were living in those housing areas. And such housing was on the rise, and loneliness was also on the rise among this segment of the population. So we interviewed these people, and there was one grandma, old lady, who said that she was suffering from loneliness, and that was what she was struggling with. And so although she would be outside during the day, when she goes back home at night, she has to have dinner alone and watch TV alone. And she said that she's totally isolated once she goes home. And that is the case for most people who live in public tenements. There's no sense of community, and they talk to the TV, they talk to the wall, they even talk to their blankets. And so one of them, the interviewee, said that if you can deal with the loneliness, then you'll die alone. If you can't deal with it, then you might end up committing suicide. So it's heartbreaking, some of the comments that the interviewees made. So anxiety and loss of self-efficacy, annoyance, anger could be some of the connected negative emotions that could be induced by loneliness. And so this kind of mental problems could occur or magnify because of loneliness. And so these are some of the very shocking data that we had collected. As I mentioned, from 2013 to 2017, there were 5,000 cases that we had analyzed, and there were some cases where in just one venue, a single venue, there were suicides. About 40 cases of suicides in that one venue. And in one apartment block, 32 suicides. So we also analyzed all this data and also went to do study the overseas cases. Although fortunately I was not able to go to the UK myself, we read up on the situation in the UK and looked at the case study. This is a member of Parliament, MP, Jo Cox, and she was assassinated. And after her death, her husband set up the Jo Cox Foundation, and this led. And the Jo Cox Foundation was a leader in creating policies to overcome the problem of loneliness. So when there was the political issue of to oppose Brexit, she was assassinated by a terrorist, and her spirit, her husband wanted to continue with her spirit. And so this Jo Cox Foundation was set up, and it's quite active in addressing social issues. This is the first speech that Jo Cox made, the late Jo Cox made in Parliament. We are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. The loss to society, the damage to society because of loneliness is a study that Jo Cox Foundation conducted. I can't go into the details, but just to talk about some of the highlights. Over 9 million adults are often or always feel lonely, and about 21%, over half of parents have had problems with loneliness, and out of them, 21% felt lonely just last week. And 38% of people with dementia said that they had lost friends after their diagnosis. And 58% of migrants and refugees in London describe loneliness and isolation as their biggest challenge. And the general practitioners in the UK, 3 out of 4 GPs say they see between 1 and 5 people a day who have come in mainly because they are lonely. So loneliness is as harmful as any social disease. It's almost as harmful to health as smoking. 15 cigarettes a day, and the social cost to the UK economy is about 32 billion pounds every year. So upholding the spirit of Jo Cox, some of the programs that the Jo Cox Foundation organizes would be the Great Get Together. A total of 720,000 great get-togethers were held in the period of a year following the death of Jo Cox. So these great get-togethers are actually parties where anyone can join these parties, regardless of age or gender or religion, and they can communicate with each other. They can get together, and they can share the recipes for the food that they will be having at the party, and they can organize the event on social media. And anyone who wants to hold such a great get-together will be funded and will be subsidized by the government, can get public funding. And so this is not something that is held by the elite white population, but these great get-together events are attended by marginalized people, Muslims, refugees, for example. We could have done actually better, and there more and more people who are suffering from corona blues because in this era of the pandemic. And so I think if we had conducted this kind of survey and done this project, data journalism project, these days, it could have been even richer. So these days, elderly people, they used to kill time or spend their time talking to people after they go to the senior citizens center or community center. But now that that has been cut off because of social distancing, there's loss of the sense of community. There's no one that these elderly people can talk to, and so they feel even more lonely, and they feel even more isolated. So I think it is an even bigger social problem, and so I think there is more work that we can do. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Mr. Huang, was there something that led to you, that motivated you to conducting this survey on loneliness? Because it's quite difficult for someone to, come up to someone else and say, "Are you lonely? Do you feel lonely?" Because out of the blue. Yes, that would be quite difficult, but we defined loneliness as a social problem, as a social disease. And that's why we wanted to provide quantifiable information. And we didn't want the information or survey results to be superficial. So that's why we conducted in-depth interviews to extract keywords. And so we did both qualitative and quantitative analysis. If you had the kind of panel survey or in-depth interviews and survey these days, then it would be even, you would find even richer results. So since you have that framework, then it will be easier for you to do it again. There's a question that was directed to you. Is there a specific context that is unique to Busan? Because loneliness is a problem everywhere around in Korea. So what would be the special characteristics of Busan? Yes, loneliness could happen in any city, in any region. But when it comes to Busan, there will be a gap between the metropolitan region and Busan, which is one of the southernmost cities. Although it's a large city, compared to Seoul, the capital city, the population is shrinking. The industries are in decline, and the population is aging. So there's a huge population of elderly people. So compared to the younger population, they are more susceptible to loneliness. And the disappearing of local cities is something that is talked about, and it's happening not just in rural communities in the country. You have small districts or neighborhoods where there is absolutely no population, even in Busan. So people migrating out of some neighborhoods or passing away and disappearing. And so that is happening at a much faster high pace in Busan, and that's why that would be the characteristics of Busan. Yes, I think Busan is a special area. I agree, and I hope that there will be even richer, more results from future projects. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next project. And I was quite surprised and impressed by the article when I first read that article last year. And the speaker is Hwang Kyung-sang from Gyeongyang Shinmun.
Okay, no further introduction necessary, so just giving a big hand to welcome this presentation. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kyung-sang Hwang, reporter at the content strategy team at Gyeongyang Shinmun. I learned a lot from this conference, so it is indeed an honor for me to participate as a speaker. And I'm very also honored to be a recipient of the KDJA award. Now, as part of my presentation, let me talk about the making of Every Day There He Was, Yong-gun Kim. I'm looking for the remote control to control the slides. Well, Mr. Hwang was an investigative reporter. Now he learned to develop software programming. Just out of personal curiosity, how did you come to learn software programming? Because he actually does front-end development. As I was always interested on that topic, and my company gave me an opportunity to study it, and I worked on certain development projects. I'm not very good at it. Yes, a lot of reporters, they want to develop programs themselves and they feel that it's necessary, but they're just too busy to carry it through. But Mr. Huang, you've actually learned it and created great outcomes. So indeed, a model for all. So I think we could anticipate as an interesting lecture. So please. So this is how we all began. It was by chance and a product of a simple production process, just routines. There's nothing elaborate about this. Data journalism, many say, is tedious labor, manual labor, so repetitive routine was over half the work. So I said it's by chance, simple production process. Now, I'm a former investigative reporter, but I worked in a digital team for about 5 years. I've studied the area myself personally, created interactive news myself, but I wanted to learn more, do more on this topic. There are a lot of data-based reports published by foreign news agencies and organizations, so I wanted to do something along those lines. And I also won an award on my feature story of inter-Korean relationships, 70 years history. So motivated by that, I worked together with my colleagues to do something on this topic. One of the reporters write frequent articles on workers' deaths that happen on a daily basis. So it isn't actually main headline news, but the reporter continues persistently about workers' deaths. And I asked him, why do you keep writing on this topic that's not even very popular? He said, I have to continue writing this in order to propagate the information, to disseminate the information and data, let the public out there to know about the situation. Now, there was a police assailant, Michael Brown, died after being shot by a U.S. police. This became a subject of an archiving project in which civilians were killed. Unarmed civilians are killed by the police. We saw that colored people fell victim at a rate of twice as much as those of the white population. So based on this data, I wanted to create some sort of archive, and Kim Ji-yeon was writing the articles on workers' deaths. I asked him if he wanted to work together on this project, and just by chance, things fell into place, and we launched this project together. Now, we needed statistics to begin with. Now, this is a popularly accepted fact that on an average, there are 6 deaths of workers on a daily basis. But here it's not only workplace related, but also disease related deaths. So these deaths are sometimes controversial because they may be considered as work related hazards and sometimes not. So it's very difficult to get an accurate grasp of the nature of these deaths. And special working arrangements or part time workers or self employed people, they're not part of the statistics. So they're left out in the data analysis. That is why we decided to focus on what is sure and certain. The severe disaster reports and disaster investigative reports. So when such laborers or workers die from accidents, they are required to report to the Ministry of Labor. So if we gather all of these data together, I think we'll get a clearer picture, perspective of the sacrifices and deaths that took place at the workplace. Relevant authorities, when an accident occurred, they would go to the site, conduct investigation, and create a report. And these reports are what Mr. Kim Yeon-soo acquires to write his articles. So I wanted to gather all of these reports. At first, it was an overwhelming job, so I just wanted to request a list of the type of reports that are being written by the authorities. But I felt that would be insufficient, so I decided to go bold and collect the full scope, the full volume of reports published by the authority. I submitted a request for information disclosure, came up with a basic list of the severe disaster reports. And in order to acquire such reports, a request for information disclosure wasn't enough, so I sought the support and help of a politician, member of the National Assembly.
2019년 5월까지 1,305건의 이제 전수를 다 받아가지고
I was able to receive 1,305 reports dated up to September 2019. Most of them are in PDF files, some in images.
파일의 경우에도 이게 이 양식이 제각각 다 달라서
And the reports were in different formats, so it was nearly impossible to mechanically, manually input all of this. So
이런 것들 다 이제 수작업으로 입력을 했고요.
we had to do manual labor in entering the names, gender, age, accidents, and whatnot. And for the photos, we had to do screen captures and save them. It took about a month and a half to do the data entry work, and we did a apple-to-apple comparison of the data that we entered with the data that is on the report. So there were some discrepancies
사고로 사망했다는 사실을 이제
to discover and make a conclusion that over this period, a total of 1,692 workers died as part of industrial accident.
이것이 학계에서 이제 널리 알려져 있는 사실이란데
Now, this is a well-accepted fact in the academia, but not very widely reported. For falls,
휴일 사망 사고가
for elevated places, it's actually from low levels,
우리가 흔히 생각할
under 5 meters.
노동자들 사고를 더 낼 것 같은데 고속력
And highly skilled workers are
또 기업 집단
more prone to accidents, contrary to our public belief that it will be the low skilled workers.
그룹사 어딘지를 다 조사를 해봤는데
And we also looked into whether
현대차 그룹
were the large corporates
사고가 많았던 것으로 이렇게 조사를 했습니다.
that subcontracted the companies that hired these workers. And it was Hyundai and Daelim, the large corporates, that comprised a big share
처음에는 이제
of the project owners.
끔찍한 얘기지만 뭐 100m 가까이 높은 곳에서 떨어진다든지 뭐 하는 그런 끔찍한 사고들에
Now, we created a list of similar incidents. First, our eyes were drawn to serious accidents like those falls from highly elevated areas, at least 100 meters. But there are also other lesser accidents that continue to repeat themselves. Fall from lower rungs of the ladder, barely a meter high,
보면 이제 채광창이라고 해서 굉장히 얇은 선라이트라는
or there's a sunlight roof on the top of the roof
부서져서 추락한 사고라든지 이런 것들은
that often break
힘이 많이 돼가지고
and cause the workers to fall to the ground. So these accidents occur all too often. It's really painful to read about these accidents. I wanted to collect all of the similar accidents
그 사이트
in one viewable platform.
사고를
I
이제
looked
원인이
utilize none to use similar keywords to come up with similar accidents, but that wasn't very effective. So we looked at and read through the reasons that were depicted in the authority reports and made a list of the potential causes of these accidents, came up with a list of 95, and we used the program Python to plot these different accidents and then filter out ultimately the accidents with similar characteristics and features. Now, as an outcome, frequent accidents come in the following cases. Falling from elevated areas, they happen once every 4 days. And also getting your body part caught between machines. While maintaining or fixing the machines that are in operation. So it was very surprising and shocking to see such low-level accidents happening in such an advanced economy like Korea. Now, these are some pictures that are included in the report. As you can see here, the worker is working at a very elevated place, but there are no protective or safety equipment to prevent potential falls. And on the right-hand side, the workers or repair personnel who work while the machine is still in operation without any safety devices or equipment. Of course, there are guidelines, manuals on how to carry out various functions. Now, there's an A ladder, for example. Don't walk up to the highest rung, for example. A ladder is intended to elevate the level. It should not be used to step on to do some work in elevated areas, but people actually do that nonetheless. Isn't this the fault of the worker? Some may say. But as we conducted further investigation on such environment, we realized that not all workplaces are able to be completely equipped with safety equipment because it requires sufficient budget and there are time constraints. Things have to be completed very quickly, so these workers would compete with another to get the job quickly. So there are issues of money and also time. So these are still unresolved issues and problems. But we believe that there were some achievements nonetheless. We're able to enhance awareness among the public about the severity of these accidents. And when a worker dies at the workplace from workplace hazard, the punishment that is levied on the infractors are actually quite minimal and very light. So, as a result of our article and our future story, we'll be able to propose to the legislative body to make the punishment stricter. And we also asked the Ministry of Labor to disclose relevant data. And the ministry said that they will, but not able to definitively say as to the exact timeline. But we can anticipate potential disclosure of relevant data. So I gave you details on the types of accidents that occur. So I mentioned that this project happened by chance and the simple production process created the outcomes. But as to why this reporting came about, to bring this into greater perspective and background, there are a lot of failures, incomplete jobs that were part of the task along the way. There's a snowfall. There are a lot of interactive news. The second, third, fourth. Then they say that people no longer look at interactive news. It's the end of interactive news. Whenever I disclose articles that involve actual real cases, people criticize my articles saying that there isn't sufficient ROI from this. There's little readership. There's not enough profit generated from this. But that's not the reason why we're working on this. New interactive contents or videos It so happens that the ambiance out there is that people tend to question about an ROI or whether the newsmaking efforts or content creation efforts create profits or not. And contents are based on articles, and it's not really relevant to the press or journalistic world, but data journalism has interactivity as an important element. So it's all about how to visualize things, how to show things to the reader.
5년 동안 지금 19가 정도가 됐습니다. 그래서
So we worked on this for about 5 years, 69 cases, so 1.4 cases a month. There are good ones, bad ones, the forgotten ones, the ones that actually gained quite popularity. But this wasn't actually meticulously planned. It wasn't really intended. It just came about naturally.
이런 기반이 없었다면 사실 이거를 만들 수 있었을까? 이 기반을
If I
하자 그러면 이제 할 수 있는 것도
had to work without such conditions, with the environment in place, may not have been able to carry out fully the scale of the project. And another thing, we have paper newspapers surviving. And this particular TV program, this comedian says that she still reads paper newspapers. That was a official story, and this news, because of the papers, was more disseminated widely to the audience, and I felt that newspaper is still alive. Many people ask questions as to who created this project, this content, how did it come about, and I described the process in detail through the newspaper articles. But this was not completely new.
처럼 창광역사촌이라는 곳을 가면
If you go to a mining village in Cheoran,
대화가 났다든지
there are deaths of past miners that are inscripted in certain locations. And if you go to the war memorial, they use names of those killed in wars. So this list of victims, it's not something new, but we started to use this format in the papers.
저는 이게 이제
And it was our editor that finally approved this format.
말씀드리고 싶지는 않고요.
So it wasn't a novel idea coming from our planning team.
역사적 기반이 있다.
I just want to say that it has a historical foundation. So there are other cases in the past that helped us gain support with this format.
타신문에서 이렇게까지 잘 하진 않는데요.
And there are other copies actually.
1년에 이미 이제 합의 FTA가 찬성을
In 2011,
안들을 다 싣게 됐고
we created a list of parliamentarians that supported the Chorus FTA and also another design format in a book form. And we also printed photos of instant noodles or kimbap. Without such innovative attempts,
과연 이거를 선뜻 받아들일
I doubt that it would have had this kind of appeal to the mass public. The leadership or the
과거에 계속
editors, would they have approved this if we had created something out of nothing? Well, I doubt it. I think they approved it without any hesitation because there is a history of having done this format in the past.
저희 지금 선배
Now, there are particular features to this type of format,
우리가 볼 수 있는 매체 중에
paper format. The print media, the paper
물론 이제
format is actually a larger media. We have large TV screens, but in terms of media, the newspaper is actually the largest surface area, but it is just old, outdated. People consider it as something that's to be thrown away, used as scratch paper or whatnot. But we wanted to resuscitate the value of the paper news media, use infographics and paper formats, try to combine and converge the two. So it's not novel, it's not innovative,
왼쪽에 이제 큰 게 지면
and it's not the first time that we did this. There's history behind this. Okay, so this is our first type, concurrent jobs, interactive, and likewise, these are successive projects that we undertook.
아무래도 많이 알려진 거는 이 냉면의 취향일 것 같은데요.
And I think this is the most popular one, good filling papers of the cold noodles. It's part of our infographics project as well.
이제 연구소에서 이제 그래픽을 잘 그린 탓이기도 하지만
Now, the team did an excellent job with the graphics design, but it's very pretty and very nice to visualize. It could well be hung on a wall. So this may be one of the future directions for print media or newspapers to seek in the future. Now, digitalization of newspaper organizations, the effort has been ongoing for the past decade or two, and we've been making online news for many, many years. The large principles remain intact, but it's not easy. It's easier said than done, and you may not believe it, but our internal organization has transformed dramatically as well. And sometimes the print newspaper media are ridiculed for being too outdated, but I have yet to meet someone who has presented a clear-cut solution to this. I'm not trying to boast that we're doing a great job. I just want to say that in journalism, people are important, and the commitment and the passion of individuals are very important. So there's very little room for dramatic change, but there's constant ongoing effort to bring about change, better solutions to combat predicaments. If you say that this interactive media is not very relevant, well, maybe it's because journalism has failed to make this interactive news system meaningful and significant to our readership. This is a game-type interactive news site created by Sazera that investigates pirate fishing. About 80% of visitors to this website say that they are new visitors to the Al Jazeera website. So maybe our interactive readership, they were not able to grasp exactly who they are. We could uncover new potential readers out there, potential audiences, if we come up with different novel ideas. And I met an intern reporter at a broadcast station. He said that he started reading paper newspapers on the occasion of this program. Every day there he was, Kim Yong-gun. So that was actually a rewarding experience. And I'd like to wrap up with a personal story. What you see on the left is my personal computer, my very first computer. If my father did not work at a computer company, then I would not have had exposure to such novel inventions. So I owe it to my parents that I was able to learn computers. And there was also a typing program that drew my interest. And in the past, we used GWs, not focusing on programming. So without such a platform and environment available to me, I don't think I would have learned or come to train myself in the art of computing. So it is these little seeds that are sowed that bring about more accomplishments along the way in a very natural manner. And I don't think this program is something phenomenal. Every day there he was, Kim Yong-gun, was something newly attempted, so received positive reviews. And if you go along this path, with tenacity, I think, although in different formats, other reporters and these teams may want to carry out more investigative reporting, and this may offer a sowing seed or a stepping stone to achieve the goals that these other teams would like to achieve. So it are these small connections and seeds that come together to accomplish broader horizons and goals. So our planning team members, without their help, those contents would have never come to being. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kyongsang Hwang. So that fall from elevated levels to workers, well, that was very painful. You realized that in the internet, and also you indicated the names of each of the victims through newspapers, the papers. Now, the two media are very different. They're surfaces, but one is online, the other is paper. So I'm sure you've struggled as to which media would be more effective in delivering your message. Now, what are the pros and cons of the paper format and the internet format? So what is your thought process? What runs your mind when you make a decision as to which media would be more effective to achieve your ends? Well, as for PC interactive platform, well, mobile is a buzzword today. So we thought about how to enhance visibility or readability when you transfer from PC to mobile. And for papers, to come up with a list of names, there's no big issues. But if you add a lot of colors, the tone of the colors change. Would have to make a lot of modifications and the paper itself is gray in nature, so the color contrast appears a bit different when you actually print it on paper. But the topics and actually the concepts to lay out in your paper, that's also a difficult task. If you look at the interactive in Gyeongyang there's also a lot of gamification attempts. Is there a reason why you try often with gamification reports? Well, we don't do that often as we did in the past. In the past, we tried that a lot, but it was a very tedious process in creating interactive gaming content. And the readership was not very familiar with this type of content. In order to enhance their concentration or attention, we tried different methods and strategies to attract their attention. Some were successful, some were not as successful compared to the effort that were put in. Yes, thank you for that. Now, Mr. Huang is indeed an effort on the topic, so and every word, every phrase that he utters, there's a lot of expertise and experience embedded in it. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Thank you.
Let me introduce the next presentation. I'm a salary earner, and one of the first things I get when I do when I get my paycheck is how much tax I am paying. And I try to be a faithful taxpayer, but there are some people who have been delinquent in paying taxes, and the taxes in arrears or delinquent taxes amount to millions and billions of won. And so this issue was dealt with in a two-part investigative journalism program series on tax justice. So please welcome the presenter, KBS journalist Kim Tae-young. Hello, my name is Kim Tae-young from KBS. I have been working as a journalist in the investigative journalism team and the data journalism team and so on. So I've been working as a journalist for about 26 years, and this is one of the pet topics for investigative journalists, tax evaders. The crime of tax evasion was something that the investigative team was thinking of dealing with, and so we spent about 2 months preparing for this. At first, we wanted to focus on tax evasion. This is a little different from tax delinquency, because tax delinquency is the unwillingness to pay taxes that have already been imposed, whereas tax evasion is much more intentional, deliberately refusing to pay taxes. As you know, all citizens in Korea, even if you have a very small income, earn a very small income, they are all taxpayers. They have to fulfill the duty of paying taxes. And covering these tax evaders or tax delinquents, we found that the National Tax Service would publish the list of tax delinquents who have been not paying taxes, and the delinquent amount is very big, like 200 million
한 5억 이상
won.
나와야 됩니다. 적어도.
So the income will have to be at least 500 million won for these, so they would be high net worth individuals for them to have tax payment in delinquency to the tune of 200 million won. So these very high income earners
20명 명단이
who are not
그때까지
who are
가보니까 1900페이지
not paying their taxes. And there's about 1,900 pages worth of information on these tax delinquents.
제가 오늘 드리고 싶은 말씀은 이 기자들이 아마 경제부 기자들이 데이터를 많이 봤을 텐데 그걸 눈여겨보지는 않았던 것 같아요.
I'm sure that data journalists have come across this kind of data, and there's a Excel spreadsheet format for this data on tax delinquency. And on the main page, you have the tax items and the occupation, type of occupation, and so on. So all these columns have individual stories. For example, when it comes to tax payment, if there is a high rate of tax delinquency in tax VAT, that is value-added tax, then it is a much more serious problem. Like, for example, if you pay for a good or a product, you are part of the price is made up of value-added taxes. So this value-added tax is paid by the consumer, and so the producer of these goods will have to deliver the tax that is already paid to the government or the tax authorities, but and they are not doing it. So VAT tax delinquency is a much more serious problem. So we collected all this data on the tax delinquency by type of occupation of these tax delinquents, their area address, and the tax item, and the duration of tax delinquency. So it took a lot of time to collect and clean up this data. So a brief documentary, a short documentary film could be produced from the data that we had collected and analyzed. So we had a separate program for YouTube. So this was the data that we had amassed from the National Tax Service. And the National Tax Service was a bit ashamed that there were so many tax delinquents. So they were reluctant to publicize this data. So there were, if you look at the results of these data analysis by type of tax item and by occupation, you can see that landlords, owners of buildings or real estate, these are 1,200 of the tax delinquents were such landowners or real estate owners, and the region of their residence were affluent regions, like in Gangnam. They were delinquent in paying their inheritance tax or gift tax. The KBS data journalism team produced a lot of maps, and we also produce a map of the region that the tax delinquents reside in, and this was one of the most frequently viewed and shared and disseminated map ever produced by KBS. That was how much interest there was in this map, and the issue of tax avoidance or delinquency.
유명한 고가 아파트에 거주하는 분들이 되게 많았습니다.
And a lot of them were in this very expensive apartment in the middle of Gangnam, Tower Palace. And 9 of the tax delinquents were living there, and their tax that they had not paid was their unpaid tax amounted to 10.4 billion won.
누구의 체납을 하고 있는지를 잘 알아야 그 사람이 정말 돈이 많아서
And these
쉽게 하라고 만드는 건데 직업란을 공란으로 둔 거는 참 파악하기 조금 어렵게 만든 거죠.
and about 30% of the tax delinquents, they left in the form or their tax returns, they left their occupation blank.
저희가 기사 나가면서
And this would be an obstacle to the tax authorities in looking at in collecting taxes.
잘 가동이 되지 못한다는 점을 기사에 또 냈고요. 또 저희가 좀 놀란 것 중에 하나가 이 수년치 그
And
데이터를 하다 보니까
since we were collecting years of data,
고액체납지 명단에서
a few years worth of data, there would be people who would be delisted. We thought that they were delisted because they had paid their taxes, but it was most of them, they had been delisted. They had fallen off the list of tax delinquents because the statute of limitations was over.
청원까지 등장했어요. 고액체납자
But after this program was aired, there was a national petition to lengthen the statute of limitations on the authority to collect taxes.
명단에서 빠지게 하는 제도가
For unpaid, if the unpaid tax is about 500 million won, then the statute of limitations is only 5 years, or 10 years if it's over. The unpaid tax is over 500 million won. So people petitioned to get the statute of limitations lengthened, and also there were some people who can get themselves. Some people got themselves off the list by paying just part of the unpaid taxes.
기사 디지털 기사라도 쓰고
So that kind of leeway or privilege should not be made available to the tax delinquents. That was another demand of the petitioners.
고가 아파트에 사시는 분이 4명이 아니다. 아파트 값이 별로 비싼 것도 아니다. 10억 정도밖에 안 한다. 말씀하시는 이런 내용.
And there were some interviewees who actually said during the program, and this was all aired, his words were all aired, that the apartment, very expensive apartment that he was living in was under his wife's name, not his, and that it was not that expensive anyway, and so on. So this really triggered the public anger.
점을 찍어보라고 했을 때 대부분의 사람들이
And one thing that we pointed out was that we do not have an accurate feel of how much how we don't have a real perspective of how much taxes are unpaid. If the amount of unpaid taxes is astronomical, then it is quite difficult to get a real feeling of how much taxes are actually unpaid. There are very few people who can actually pinpoint the exact point where it's 1 million won if this whole line is 1 billion won. And we had an interactive program to put in perspective what could be done if all these taxes in arrears or delinquent taxes were actually paid up. 37 trillion won could be increased and put in the national treasury. And the National Tax Service would have all the data available to them. They would be the collectors of this data, so they would actually they can create this map. But it would be ideal it would be ideal for the National Tax Service to provide us with the data so that we can create the maps, because it would be much of a much higher quality. But the NTS seems to want to make the maps themselves, which is quite positive too. And so we did this kind of in-depth analysis and did a report, investigative report journalism program on this. So if you're interested, please log on to the KBS website. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Because of time constraints, I don't think we can have a Q&A. Please watch out for any questions that could be directed to you on YouTube. I think many ideas, new ideas were presented and proposed, suggested by the speaker for ways to use data in their investigative journalism. And now we'll move on to the next award winner's presentation.
The topic of his presentation is the Korean Peninsula, a silent satellite war. The Watchers Overhead. Now, Kyung Mo-an is a presenter. Now, those of you who have seen this online would have been quite surprised to discover that this was created by a Korean reporter, Korean organization, and it's been completed in a mere span of a month. So, with this amazing feat, let us invite Mr. An for the presentation. Big hand, please. Good afternoon. I work at the platform team of Hanguk Ilbo. My name is Kyung Mo An. Now, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to convey and explain to you our project on the Watchers Overhead, the silent satellite war, to talk about the production process of this interactive piece. We first began with the interactive project after we've read comments in the community site. And someone posted this, I don't recall exactly, said that when a satellite passed our brigade, the communication signals were suspended, stopped. And I myself have similar experience in having served in the military, so I searched different data and information on satellites. So I began as a personal curiosity, not with the intention or objective to write an article. I looked at how many satellites were up there and what intelligence satellites had in terms of their performance and specifications. So out of curiosity, I searched information and data on satellites, and I discovered something odd. Those satellites travel above the Korean Peninsula. We see a lot of articles, but those numbers of articles actually come from the parliamentary investigation into the executive branch. But the numbers were all different. 2007 it was 500 satellites, and 2012 the article said 700 satellites. And in 2016 we were at 19. So they're all different numbers. So I had doubts as to where these numbers came from and if they were accurate. So I wanted to look at the trajectory of the real-time satellites that were up there in outer space, and I received the data in Excel form in JSON file. So I analyzed this data. When I first began, I did not convert it to Excel automatically. I began with the Excel file format. So using JSON data, I wanted to create some sort of interactive contents on the topic of satellites. So together with our team members, we analyzed the data and came up with a plan to how to go about this project. Okay, so we moved on to convert it to Excel. So the raw data in JSON file form were converted using a converter by a developer to change it into the standardized data in Excel form. So you have the country, objective, time of launch, whether it's a live satellite or a dead one, whether it's a real satellite or a dummy satellite, and also the trajectory in Descartes form. So we converted into this new format. Initially, we got about 17,000 raw data initially. In order to use this for interactive contents, we had to verify the credibility of this data for its accuracy. So we applied for information disclosure. Those who can deal with satellites in Korea. So there are a few organizations: the Ministry of Science and ICT, the National Radio Research Agency, the Ministry of National Defense, or Korea Aerospace Research Institute. So those institutions involved with satellites, I filed an application for information disclosure. Most of the response I got from these organizations was that they're not able to fully disclose the data for security reasons, and also for the fact that they're not able to access information belonging to other countries' satellites. And these sites, SpaceTrack, Spacebook, these are sites that track satellite movement on a real-time basis, and the Ministry of National Defense auto utilizes site Space Track. So there's satellite coordinates that have to be registered at the ITU. So most of the satellites that are up there in space are registered with ITU, and those reconnaissance satellites, because of their military and defense nature, are not registered with ITU. So there may be reconnaissance satellites that are not part of this database, or there may be reconnaissance satellites that are actually used for different purposes. So we carried out data crawling to identify the real nature of such satellites and to see if they're real or dummies. And then we thought about how to tell the story, the storytelling method. The satellite interactive is all about numbers. How many satellites are out there? How many are floating above the Korean Peninsula? These are statistical, which actually can be boring to the readership because it cannot hold a lot of interesting stories in it. So we had to think about the narrative, how to make it more interesting to the readership. The top-down approach of interactive stories, or reading the text in that manner, or reading video, or watching videos is a typical format, but we wanted to take on a different approach for our interactive contents. We wanted to instill a sense of fun and amusement to statistics that are boring and dry. So we wanted to create a story because existing methods, it wasn't about a story naturally flowing. One had to actually read the story to understand. So we wanted to create a very naturally flowing story. And we wanted the readership not to try to understand numbers, try to do the math in their minds. But we wanted to make the contents and the story more visual. So we wanted to use satellite data to create a different service for our readers. So with that in mind, we created two different things. One was the story of the watchers overhead, and the other targeted the audience who are junkies of astronomy, so more scientific and expert story. So on the left-hand side, we try to dwell with a lot of the dry, raw data and come up with a more interesting story. You could check the real-time location of the satellite and point your smartphone up in the sky to check which satellite is above you. So the technology embedded in the watchers overhead, let me go into what that technology is about. Now, interactive is not all HTML, it's more than that. As you can see here, it's disjointed, but with the satellite as an object or topic, we created story. It's not a simple top-down storytelling. We wanted to create an interactive element using videos and still pictures. The dots at the back are actual locations of the satellites. The D3 indicates that it's applied real time using a language called D3. And using 3.js, we made the satellite moving visible on screen. And the language involved here was JavaScript in 3.js. And for charts, we use chart.js to create charts embedded in this interactive story.
기존에 좀 이런 부분들이 기존의 단순하게 텍스트와 이미지를
Combining text and image, as was done conventionally,
형식으로 좀
we wanted to do more than that. We wanted to instill an element of storytelling as part of this project.
기간으로 따지면
But
한 달 반 정도
it took about a month and a half for us to complete this project.
이 연구와
It's basically research, production that happened concurrently. We've never done this before. It was an entirely new attempt.
기법이라든가 이런
And this technique and method was all new here in Korea. So this motif
성 관련해서 쓸때
was taken from Wall Street Journal when they
3D에
covered a story about satellites. So 3D object handling was a technique that we benchmarked from the Wall Street Journal and tried to tie that in with our storytelling initiative.
인공위성에서 보면 한 700여 개가 실제 한반도
About 700 satellites that are floating above the Korean peninsula.
수가 있는데 이
We were able to verify that through the satellite data that we gathered. We created a circle of a certain radius and gathered and checked data of satellites that move within this zone over a period of a month. So we believe that this data would be more accurate than the existing data that was already out there. And second,
국내에
in elementary schools,
제가 아는 바로는
they may use this, but we don't have a real form of satellite tracing viewers.
그 위성이 어느 위치에 있는지 이게 우리나라에
In other countries, they have effective tracers to identify whether the satellite is above their territory or elsewhere. But we did not have that technology here in Korea, so we believe that we could make this into a service to offer it to kindergarten children or elementary school children who are interested in satellites and astronomy as part of an education
요 단계에서 제작을
objective.
연구와 제작을
So again, for this, we concurrently conducted research and production.
툴 전체를 저희가 개발을
And as for the tool, we did not develop this tool from scratch altogether.
저 오픈 소스를 그
We used an open source site known as GitHub.
되어 있는 뷰어 툴을
There are some viewer tools that are available on open source basis at GitHub. So we took those open source codes and tried to generate an easier viewer for a younger audience.
자체적으로 스마트폰 쪽에 있는
And for smartphones,
카메라 센서라든가
we used camera sensors or sensors that achieve the balance in the smartphones. For data values, we updated or added additional functions to the tool. And JavaScript was the language that we used for 3D interactive graphics and real-time data handling between the web servers and browsers
같습니다. 다만 이
was required, so we used application programming interfaces, the web API. Now the challenge was this: since the data was so abundant, there were some assumptions that we had to lay out at the outset. The assumptions were as follows: whether it's web, smartphone, mobile, website,
브라우저는 다 접근이 가능할 수 있도록
web browsers should be accessible through any device. And when abundant data is provided, the speed shall not be compromised, and the graphics that are expressed
것들을 한 달 반 정도 진행을 했는데
should fit our needs. And we spent about a month and a half in doing that. It was not an easy job at all. I think we held meetings once every 2 days whenever there was an issue that arose. Now, there were 5 people involved in this project, and those people, in working on this interactive content project, were able to accumulate a lot of skills and experience and were successful in coming up with such a remarkable outcome product.
에 대해서 좀 아쉬운 것은
Now, in hindsight, we believe that we could have made changes or done better in these areas. First of all, it's a time frame. We spent a month and a half, but at that time, Corona or COVID-19 was the big news. Whatever new news was released, it was all shadowed or eclipsed by COVID-19 news. So we were not able to bathe in the limelight of popular leadership. And we were not able to contain or fully relay all of the stories that we intended to on top of the data. So we had to filter out and sort of weed out some of the things that were not relevant to our interactive content intentions and carry out the research and the interactive process. Well, it takes a certain amount of time. You have to put in resources and time to see a certain outcome. And during that time, there was some news about KT satellite transaction. And because of that timing, we weren't able to include that in our interactive contents. So that was unfortunate. And we don't create interactive contents on a regular basis, but when we do so in the future, we hope to make it a better storytelling medium. And the data should be relayed not in a static story, but in an interactive message expression that could engage or embrace the attention of the readership. We want to come up with more creative and novel approaches to carry on with our interactive content creation endeavors. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ah, that was a very interesting presentation.
추억이 되는 시간이 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
I think accumulating experience is indeed a valuable process. So people come together to work together over a short period of time, and we're able to succeed in such a phenomenal project. Now, last but not least is a project from my company, MBC Project News Team. The title is Falling Again 1136 Death in the Fall. We're awarded the KDJA Award. Now, we'd like to introduce to you what sort of analysis we do and how our reporting incorporates the kind of investigation that we do. Mr. Seung-woo Park of our project's news team will present the MBC project. Please welcome with a big hand.
Hello, I'm Baek Sung-woo from the NBC Project News team. First of all, thank you for giving me, our team, this very important award. The issue that we dealt with in this program, news program, was entitled Falling Again. 1,136 people who fell to their deaths. So it was an investigative journalism program. When we started this news coverage, it was sometime around last year. Exactly 1 year ago, where the TV writer Kim and I were talking, and we were wondering to ourselves, why are there so many people who fall like autumn leaves, especially around this season, and pass away? And so these are the news coverage reports that we did, news reports that we did since the end of last year. So these were some of the issues, different issues that we focused on, and it took us a year to air this program on deaths by falling accidents. Reporter Hwang Kyung-sang did a news coverage, news report on industrial accidents or occupational industrial accidents. And so that was when our we started tripping, and it got messed up. Because our news coverage team would be juggling with several different ideas and collecting data. So we would be assigning delegating the data collection job to the data collection team. And Gyeongyang Shinmun actually took one of our ideas, although of course they did not do this knowingly, and they did a news coverage. So we changed the direction of the program, and we changed the focus. So we would follow up all these accidents, and those found guilty of causing these accidents, that is, the offenders, how were they punished? Were they put through a trial, and were they actually punished by court order? So we wanted to track that and do a follow-up on that, on all the cases. So if the legal proceedings begin, then there would be arrest and indictment, and the offender will be indicted and passed on to investigated by the police, and then dispatched to the prosecution and so on. So we tracked this whole legal procedure. But then the data that we collected did not match. Like, for example, the dispatch number when the case was dispatched to the prosecution, the number did not match the case number. So there were a lot of misalignments and misinformation or mismatching data. And so cleaning up the data that we had received was very, very time consuming. I think one researcher had to struggle with this task for about 10 months. It was really time consuming and labor-intensive work. From the Ministry of Employment and Labor all the way to the prosecutor's office, and then all the way to the court. This whole procedure, a lot of data would be produced, and we had to collect that data and then make sure they matched, and we had to clean up the data. And so the result of the analysis of all this data is shown in these slides. Each of the cases, how was it dealt with, and what was the result of the outcome of the legal proceedings at the Ministry of Employment and Labor, at the prosecutor's office, in the courts, and so on. And one thing that we found quite shocking was that what caused this fatal accidents was surprisingly simple. That just because in the absence of just one safety rope, if that safety rope or cable had been put in place, then we could have prevented that death. And another thing that we found very shocking was that the person or the entity responsible for this fatal accident, the penalty imposed on these entities or offenders was very minimal. And the sentencing range or the penalty would be a maximum of 7 years imprisonment, but very few offenders actually were sentenced to that given that maximum sentence. And so the punishment was very, very light. And so these are some of the factors or conditions that you have to satisfy in order for heavier sentencing or lighter sentencing. And we came up with all the we measured all the numbers of the heavier sentences or lighter sentences imposed on the offenders. And actually, when we showed this data to the authorities, they admitted that the sentencing was much lighter. And as you can see, the factors for lightening the sentence, making the sentence lighter was much more than the conditions that were considered for sentencing a heavier sentence.
저희가 이번에 그 김홍걸 고수진 주의원 예산 특검의 누적 신고 의혹 연속을 해서 이제 보도를 했었거든요.
And I would like to move on to another news item. Two members of parliament, Kim Hong-gol and Cho Soo-jin, where we investigated these two MPs when they were running for elections, general elections. All candidates are obliged to disclose their property and their wealth so that voters can consider that in voting for the candidates. And so we were all aware of the deadline for these people to declare their wealth. But it was a holiday for us. And so when the candidates were disclosing their wealth, we were. It was our off day, and I contacted the reporter Chang Sil-gi, who was at a beauty parlor. And so, right at that deadline, when the candidates disclosed their wealth, we downloaded all the data, and we made use of the data to do a first news report. During the general elections, the candidates, the wealth that they had declared, we did a press report on that. Media, we covered that. And the first declaration is made in August, and then the people who were actually elected, they will have to declare their wealth again after they really become MPs. And so we compared that. And we never imagined that they would actually deliberately, these candidates would actually deliberately omit wealth, omit items or property in their income declaration. So we wanted to compare that in order to see how much their wealth had increased, how much the MPs' wealth had increased after they had become MPs. So we did a simple comparison, but it was quite difficult. It was a surprisingly challenging task because we did not have a lot of time, and it was difficult to compare the data because we could not do a one-on-one comparison because some of these MPs had moved, so we didn't have that much comparable data. But one very interesting thing that we found was that there were quite a few MPs where there was a huge gap in in their wealth in their first declaration and the second declaration after they had become MPs. And so out of them, these two people, the gap was quite big, about 1 billion won. So in the space of half a year, their wealth had actually grown exponentially by about 1 billion won. So what they had omitted in their declaration was 600 million won of cash for MP Cho and 500 million won in bonds, and for MP Kim, it was apartment leasing or rights or commercial building lease equity amounting to 1 billion won. And so, and also, as part of this news coverage, we looked at some of the high-end residences of high net worth individuals. And we saw that these were luxury property, luxury items like yachts. So the acquisition tax that is levied on these on the owners of these high-end residences would be much higher than. So if the apartment that is owned is more than 75 pyong or 100 pyong for detached houses, then they would be considered or categorized as high-end residences or high-end housing, and so the tax rate would be higher for them. So one way these rich, high net worth individuals would avoid paying this higher taxes would be this. It would be a very sneaky method. And so the purpose of the building that you own, if it's for performance or for exhibition and so on, that would be input into the ledger, building ledger registry. And so we checked that, and we found 40 cases where they were supposed to be, the purpose was supposed to be residences, but they had been placed on the building registry as different purposes. So please take a look at that, as we have uploaded all this on our website. So please visit our website to check it out. Yes, thank you very much. NBC is providing really very interesting news coverage. And although we don't have a dedicated interactive news team, we are trying to provide interactive news services as well. So we would appreciate people coming, visiting our website to participate in the interactive news programs and news. So I think we have come to a close of all the presentations that we have lined up for today. So I'd like to thank the staff who have been working very hard since early in the morning. A big round of applause for them, please. And about over 100 people have been participating online and have stayed with us till the very end. So a big thank you to them as well. So after a 20-minute break, we will move on to the 2020 Korea Data Journalism Awards. So please stay with us. Thank you.